Hello there. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome to this, the 18th of August, 2026. Today we're going to be checking out Mortal Shell today. According to GOG, we played this for about 2 hours 2 years ago. So I'm labeling this first playthrough because I don't remember anything about it. But anyways, we're going to be playing first, doing kind of a first playthrough of Mortal Shell. The second game has come out, essentially. There's like a early access, like 2-day early access to the game. And I don't really remember a whole lot. I don't remember why we didn't continue playing this. But we're gonna give it another shot and see. I don't think this is a super long Souls-like. It might be longer than I know, but we'll see. But yeah, we're gonna check it out. I don't think we'll play the second one anytime soon, mind you, but we'll see how the first one goes. It's got some pretty cool vibes. I remember that it's got like very, very dark fantasy vibes. So we'll see what it has to offer. We'll try to maybe figure out why we stopped playing after a couple hours. Now the thing is sometimes we stop playing because we just have other things to do. So it might not have been anything to do with the game. It might have just been like, hey, we just checked it out and moved on, and checked something out and moved on. You know, sometimes that does happen. So we will we'll give it a go today. But I'm interested to see what this game has to offer. But sorry, I was just looking at what's coming to Game Pass. Oh, Once Human's coming to Game Pass. That's really interesting, given that that game is free. Anyways, sorry, it's very weird. Some of these games are like, it's coming to Game Pass, and it's like, the game's free. But anywho, yeah. Trying to think. I always feel like these beginning segments, there's always like, some days I have a lot to talk about, and some days not a bunch. Been trying to take care of myself a bit better. Obviously I take care of myself as well as I can, but I try to manage it a bit better every day. I did not realize there's so many releases that happened, like, literally, that are happened and are happening within, like, the next few days. I totally forgot, is it Twisted Tower? I think released today. Yeah, Twisted Tower released today, which is kind of like, it's been sold as, like, a BioShock, esque, like carnival thing that released today, and then there's something else that's like coming out. Oh yeah, the Mortal Shell 2's coming out. Oh, Sinking City 2 came out, which I haven't even played the first one. Like, well, we played the first one apparently for a couple hours, but like we haven't played through this one, so I'm interested to see if we'll vibe with it. Like, there's apparently just a whole bunch of stuff that came out, is coming out this month that I totally missed. So yeah, so we're gonna check out some stuff, and I don't think we're gonna jump into a lot of new things this month. Just because I'm kind of saving up for September. We've got a lot of things in September, and unfortunately, I don't have the money to do a bunch of things in August and September and potentially October for Terrortober. So, unfortunately, I don't know if we'll play anything new. But I already had Mortal Shells, so the first one. So we're gonna check that out. At least today, we'll see. After that, and then we'll go from there. So, without further ado, let's do just that, shall we? Sorry, I'm just making sure everything is working properly. I had to bring down the YouTube stream and bring it back up because even if you use encoder, the vertical stream defaults to auto crop, and once you start the live, the auto crop cannot be changed to encoder for obvious reasons. So I had to bring down the stream, switch it to encoder, and bring back up the stream on YouTube. So if it looked a little weird on YouTube, I do apologize, but it should be better now. Not camera. Alright, Mortal Shell. I will check this. Alright. Okay, vertical looks good. That looks good. Yeah, we played, according to this, an hour 45 back in November of 2024. So we're not going to be doing that. I don't know what Virtuous Cycle is. There's Twitch drops there. Okay. I'm not going to worry about that. We're just going to start a new game. And we'll just overwrite because I do not care. Alright, this game is a bit loud. I should have actually checked the options. That's actually on me. Beyond the grip of the familiar, a threshold demands to be crossed. The mortal shall yearn for meaning. Okay, I didn't read that last bit. Okay, I believe this is us. Crunchy. Okay, options, here we go. Seasonal content, sure. Xbox One, PS4, okay. Okay, HUD scale, UI scale. I don't even know. Just trying to see if I can get that stuff go up. I'm gonna make subtitles at 100. Okay, I don't know what a Ballista Zuka is. Good resolution, VSync off. Motion blur off, radial blur, indie mode. I don't know what that means. Let's do DLSS for performance. We'll do high. Master volume, okay. Put that in half. Okay. I had to turn it quite a bit down on my end, so I'm going to do that. Apparently you can change the boss soundtrack. Okay, that did stick. Okay. Alrighty, let's see what we have in store. Can't run or anything, so... Guessing I go this way. Hi there. Harden. Prevents from attack, but is broken and taking... Okay. Oh, okay, you're just a tutorial. Are you something we need? You look like a weapon. We do like weapons. We have sword. Hollowed sword. Heavy sword with a hollow at its center. Hard in most situations, even while attacking. So remember hardening while attacking with RB. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to harden, and it's not. Okay, I think it's that meter at the... Okay, that is clunky. Pick up an item. Cycle through. Use. Mortal token. Open inventory. No, open inventory. B. Okay. Running attack. Got it. Oh, that's not fair. He can do the thing too? Oh, okay. I was trying to harden. Oh, dodge is B. I keep hitting A. That's... Oof. Oh, okay, so he can do that too. Can I not heal? Nice harden. Man, once you commit to a swing, you cannot roll out of it. It's kind of awful. Like, the hardening thing is, like, they don't give you enough of an opening. Like if you swing after a harden, you just get hit anyways. It's not like a parry that actually gives you an opening, because the mobility is really bad. Fulgrim. The tower hums. Where a muted dweller ruminates his fate. Because usually, like, what happens in most, like, Souls-likes is when you do something that's like a parry, it does like a stun, and then you get a few hits off, and then you're able to move out. But like the dodge is just not like when you commit to a swing. There's like a significant, especially like a heavy swing. You see that like how much. Like I'm tapping the button. Like as soon as I hit the trigger, watch. See how much time there is from like a swing to a dodge, right? It's significant. They really don't want you doing a heavy attack. And the problem is like, it was the same thing with Harden. After I broke them with Harden, I would just try to attack them and then dodge, and it just wouldn't work. And the Harden has such a... Because the thing is like, with a parry, the idea is that you would be like parry, hit, parry, hit, parry, hit, right? Like, that's how a parry usually works. But the Harden has like a cooldown. Like, it's like Harden... Like, it's just like, there's like a good 5, maybe even 10 seconds before you can harden again. Like, it's not... So it's like, even as a mechanic, it's not consistently usable. So you can't, like, harden, hit, and then dodge. You have to, like, harden, hit, and then just get hit. So, I don't know, like, it just doesn't feel good. Which, I guess you're not supposed to win that fight. But that feels really bad. And if that's your first introduction to fighting, I do not think that's a good introduction. Habit unknown shell. Man is more than just a sleeve. Okay. Okay, this guy is significantly faster in dodging. Maybe it was just our shell-less body that was that slow then? I don't know, we'll have to get in another fight. What the hell am I looking at? There's somebody over there. Glimpse of futility. Okay. Can't break those. Is this a chest? Is. Okay. Okay, we gotta loot. What happens if we... Practice makes perfect. Can I stop playing and then play it again? And then I can't. What does familiarity do? Does this get me anything? Unlock something by We're playing more of a song. Is this to teach us familiarity? Like the idea that if you use an item, you get more familiar with it? So the song is completely changed now. Okay, so 2 more times and then it maxes out familiarity. So we changed the key of the song we were just playing now. So what is the max? Okay, so we've maxed it out. What does that do for us? It allows us to control the music we play. Okay. So it gives us options, I guess, is what we learn there. So we learn new things with it. Okay. Respawning things have cooldowns. Yeah, that's what we saw. Okay. Alright. We can go that way, we can go that way, but it obviously wants us to go that way, so... Hi. Alright, we got two goobers. Okay, there's a bear trap right there. Can we get you to step on that, friend? You gonna... Yes, we can. Okay, I want to try this out. Okay, so they have pretty significant stagger. These guys are kind of pushovers. Here, moonshine. Grab this torch. No. So look at those guys are kind of pushovers. You have a crossbow. Yep. Seen that coming. Okay. I also see the bear trap. So we need to test something. Okay, that can block. Arrows. Okay. Good. Got traps set up this way. Ooh, that's a close one. Okay, poison frog explode. More poison frog explode. Okay, okay, they're all over here. What does that do? Regenerates health over 30 seconds. Okay, well that's very helpful when we're being poisoned. Grants a minuscule amount of tar. Oh, that's currency. Rotten food. Restores at the cost of resolve? What is resolve? I guess that's the... the thing that... Oh, hi. Okay, okay. So, it just lets us straight power through a hit. Oof, but he hits like a truck. Okay. Our dodge is very clunky. Please tell me you got some healing or something. Roasted rat. actually sounds amazing right now. Roasted rat. Put that there. Superior moonshine. $35 health. Okay, inferior moonshine. Small amount of resolve. But at the cost of their health. No, thank you. So that's gonna be what that does too. Okay, so we need to find more of those caps. Okay, I don't know why there's just giant invisible guys around here. Oh, this looks very bad. I like your loot. Can I sneak up on you? I really don't want to fight you, friend. I don't have the health for it. Hi. Oh, that sucks. Speak with Gorf. Hi, Gorf. The music of the night. Should appreciate it, unlike the shallow layabouts around here. Hold on, can I play you some music? I think I'm about to die. Trying to figure out what this does. Glimpse into your shell when consumed. Okay, well. Oh. Can I talk to you now? I'm boring you. Take no offense. I'll take a way to entertain you better next time. Okay. Okay, so when we die, we pop out of our shell. We don't instantly just die. Nope. Not today, Satan. Okay, there's definitely something up there. Stupid poison frogs, dude. Okay. Gonna drop anything for me there, friend? No. Okay. So anything? Ah, there's a secret hole here. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? That looks terrifying. What is this? Choosing to renounce all shells forsakes your connection to mortality. You play the rest of the game without a shell. Your connection to shells will be severed, and you lose all progress made with your shells. What? Renounce all shells? No. Why would I do that? I guess that's hard mode. We found hard mode. Of course I'd find hard mode. Okay. Okay, I did see another path over here. Okay, there's no way... Okay, I want to test something. Oh, God. Okay, that's not good. So if we die to poison again, do we just have, like, infinite lives as long as we get back to our shell? So, like, we're gonna die to poison here again. Yeah, and then it kicks us out of our shell. No. Okay. I don't know what it said. It said something about, like, Moors. Solemn offering. So now do we have to get all the way to that shell to get our shell back? No, okay, we revive with our shell. Interesting. Okay. Alright. So, no poison swamp until we get some anti-poison, I guess. There was a person with a cool loot over there. I guess we also can need to get more HP. Or not HP, but, well, I guess HP items. Let's go this way. What is that? There's a bear trap there. Oh, you're one tanky son of a gun, huh? Okay. Did you guys have anything? Roasted rat. Remnant of tar. Okay. It's not that. Oh. That was funny. What is this? Hi. Okay. A lot of bat things up there. Guessing they're all hostile. Okay, what is this? Hungriest of the unborn burns with desire. He hangs seething as those below bow low in supplication. He demands sacrifice, but his hunger, it never ends. Okay. Fun. What is this? It acts like I can interact with it, but I can't. Where are these guys just coming out of nowhere? Are they popping into existence? Am I getting, like, enemy pop-in? Oh. Okay. Couldn't dodge there for some reason. Oh! Wow, that's got a really wide arc on it. Oh, that's not good. Okay, okay. I think I'm running out of stamina. I think that's what's happening, is I'm trying to do stuff and then I'm running out of stamina. Rotten food, okay. Congealed tear. Okay. What is this? Roasted rat. Okay, so we went all the way up here for roasted rat. I thought maybe this would be where we needed to go, but... Oh, nope, wait, there's a hole. Oh. Fulgrim. Okay, this was a hot high. Sense instinct. Uh-huh. Oh, is this telling us where all these shells are? Yeah, okay. Okay, we saw that. So past the bats in a cave is where that one is. Okay. Hi, who are you?
Pray, what wayward spirit beckons? I shall name you Foundling, and you may call me Sesta Janessa. You're uninitiated in the Rafiad's mysteries, I see. What a curiosity you are, wearing a man like a shell. You've awakened him, but you know nothing of him yet. Fetch me one of his mementos, and some tar too, and I'm sure we can stir up some recollections. Of course, first you must find his name.
Okay, so we have to find a shell's name. Seek name. 250 tar. Okay.
The brigands pointed us toward the temple.
Haros, the vassal.
Shunned by the devout, their allegiances lie to those who are Fatah, or spirits. They entertain themselves with drunken antics or violent cruelties. They know better than to attack us. But they followed us at a distance, hoping for scraps.
Uh-huh. Harden cooldown reduced. Hardening causes hero stamina to rapidly refill. Killing 2 enemies quick resets your harden cooldown. Okay, we have one glimpse, which I think is that thing we did. Regain last chance upon defeating enough foes. Okay, so there is a last chance. That's that thing that popped us out of the body. Harden in the air to create devastating... Okay. Put your enemies off balance with a powerful kick. Adds a chance for enemies to drop additional glimpse on death. Gaining a glimpse has a chance to restore some health. For a short time after hardening, enemies killed have a chance to drop an additional glimpse. Okay, so we need glimpses for that. Okay, we have a door that leads... Okay, so that's the cave that we saw, so there's a shell that way. What's up here? What's this? Enter the reverie. No. Is this a new weapon? What is this? Okay, past the burning thing. Through this gate. Okay, so there's a weapon. Okay, past the bat trees. Further. We know there's a shell back there as well. It's like a hammer and knife. Okay, I think this is the poison swamp, right? Okay, don't know where that is. Workbench. Hollowed sword. Molten spike. Quenching acid tools. Cat Fenrir. Sure. Even though there was a cat. Okay. This looks like another direction as well. Am I looking at something here? Tattered vestment. Sacred cloth bound to forgotten sword. Remove seal? Sure. What could go wrong? Tarnished seal. Seal rust.
That's better. Thank you.
Both symbol and weapon.
It's been so long since anyone raised a hand toward me in kindness. You seem different. Untouched by false truths.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, I have little to offer you. Save for that tarnished seal in your hands. A small gift. But I expect you will find it useful. Would you grant me another favor? Deep within the temples of the devout, you'll find the sacred glands of the revered.
Sure.
Bring the glands back to me, so I can extract the true nectar, just enough to heal me. Perhaps you too can use it to free yourself from this wretched land, before you end up like me.
Sure. What does the seal do? Tarnish. Okay. Enables you to parry. Okay, so okay, interesting. The seal will warn you of incoming unparryable strikes. Okay, so the stone thing is not the parry. It's just a full block. Seal infusion healing. All prisoners infuse the seal, giving your parry the ability to leave enemy vulnerable to empower riposte. Requires resolve. Okay. Okay, so there... That's the parry. Okay, I thought this was the parry. Interesting. So we have a full block and a parry. Good to know. Okay, so we have a few options on where to go. I kind of want to explore where we were at, though. How did you come back here, friend? Okay, I tried to parry, but apparently that did not work. Okay. First thing I need to do is go up here. Oh god, this was a mistake. I need to not be here. Ooh, that tracking is real bad. Okay. Okay. I need someone to practice parrying. There's a guy up here, right? There's some guys up here. You. Come to me. Sit, come to me. Alright, try again. You. Come here. Okay, that did not... So the parry takes a little bit to come out, so you have to parry a little bit ahead of time. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. So everything feels delayed. That's the first thing I'm noticing is everything feels delayed. Like the dodge, the swing, like everything. Oh, you reset us.
Good. Please, take this mask.
Ah.
It's not unlike my own. It reveals the way of all flesh. Beyond life and death, where spirits pass across the threshold. But your spirit is bound here, unwilling to go on. Perhaps it has an obligation left to fulfill. You're not ready.
Okay. Yeah, so there's like a slight delay with like everything we do. And that's why I keep getting hit. It's just not super responsive. Okay. The stamina running out there is not helpful. See, I hit the parry button, but it's like really bad, dude. Okay, my symbol is literally... You can see my hand is up. Could you get to the body, please? What is wrong with this parry, dude? Okay, they said that the parry... Oh, the parry takes resolve. That's what it is. Stamina takes forever, dude. Okay. So the parry takes resolve, and I think if you get hit, you lose resolve. So it's like a double fail state. Which is we've talked about cascading fail states. It's very bad when you set that up. So what's happening is
I've kept your flesh safe, foundling.
so the problem is if I fail to parry, I lose resolve, I think. And if I lose resolve, I can't parry. Okay. There we go. That's so weird. Okay. So you can't parry whenever you want. You can only parry when you have resolve, which is those little bars over there above our health. Okay. But you can do the block as long as it's not on cooldown. Okay. And it glows when you have a parry, and if we do the parry, we get HP back. Is there someone in the tree? What is shooting at me right now? Oh, he's right over there. Okay. Okay, that does not automatically kill them, though. Good to know. Nice weird curvature on that bullet. Okay. Alright, so this is going to take some getting used to. The hell? Who's swinging at me right now? I don't like all these bats. Not a fan. We should be able to insta-kill these guys, though. Oh god, not two big guys. I don't think I can fight two big guys. Is there a way I can aggro, like, one of you guys? Perfect. Very good. That's exactly what we wanted. What the hell? My parry thing lit up like I had a parry and then went away. That's so weird. So it is like you have a parry. I went to put the parry up and he went through the parry. It didn't give me the parry and then it took the parry away. This game might be actually broken, dude. Oh, no, Resolve just goes away on its own. That's dumb. That is a bad mechanic. What's the point of me building up Resolve to parry if it's just gonna drain? Especially if I'm in combat. Because literally what happened there is I got just enough Resolve to parry, I put my thing up to parry, and it took it away from me before the parry went through. That's terrible, dude. Okay. I don't understand. I really don't. You're guarding one of our things. I'm guessing you're a boss. See, I parried that guy because it flat. Oh, okay. That is bad design, dude. I know what's happening there. So what's happening is it's not telling us we have a parry up. It's telling us that we... Yeah, we're gonna die. This guy sucks. Yeah. Wait, we're gonna die. Okay. Get up, please. Yay, I love bad parry timing. Yeah, okay. So, what's actually happening there? Yeah. This is bad, dude. This is very bad. So they have a mechanic that is parrying, right? Your thing lights up to tell you when you have a parry available. But it also flashes to tell you when you can't parry.
I've kept your flesh safe, foundling.
That's what's happening, by the way. That when it goes bling, like when it does that like flash when we don't have a resolve bar, it's telling us we can't parry. So the indicator that we can't parry uses the same indicator that tells us when we get a parry. So I have to, whenever it flashes, I have to constantly look down to see if we have a parry to know if it's an unparryable attack. That is such a terrible design choice. Like, such an awful design choice. It should flash a different color. Like, literally, that's all you had to do. Just be like, Red for bad parry, blue for when you can parry. Or when you have a parry, right? Like, or yellow, or literally any other color. Like, just something distinctly not the same color. That is such a bad design choice, dude. How could you make such a basic error with your design choice? Yeah, so see, we don't have the resolve. That flash right there was telling us that we could not parry that attack. See, and then that one is telling us we have a parry. So basically, the difference, if you can't tell, which is very hard to tell, by the way, is if it goes inward, we have a parry. If it goes outward, we can't parry. But mind you, those animations are like fractions of a second long. Like, you're supposed to be able to do that while in the midst of combat, where one hit can take a fourth of your health. Or more. Maybe even half your health, depending on what you're fighting. That is such a dumb design choice, dude. Look at that. Just a basic enemy took almost a fourth of our health. Not even the big guy. Just this one little guy with a club. Right? Like, come on. See, this is what happened. Look at that. I was hitting the dodge button the entire time. Okay. Parries don't go through quick enough. God. This is... Oh, I didn't even hit the dodge button. He just dodged because he wanted to. Lord have mercy. Okay. Wait, I have to... Wow, you have to commit to crawling? That's so bad, dude. Like, there's so many... Maybe this is why we stopped 2 hours in. Like, I couldn't go backwards. Like, I should just be able to push back and just walk backwards in the hole. Not that hard to crawl backwards. I have to commit. Boy. Guess I'll fight this guy. Okay, I definitely want to go in here, because I want to get this thing, but I have to defeat the guy who can jump on you, bite you, and has two unparryable attacks. What the hell is this? Nope. See? That... Okay. Guess we're doing this. Are we seriously going into poke mode? Okay. I hit the dodge button. But again, everything in this game is delayed. And you see, the dodge literally just went through there. God, he hits and he poisons, dude. Like, this is so bad, because with delayed controls... Yeah, with delayed controls... Oh, cool, I don't even get the... The controls are delayed. Like, you literally saw, as soon as I got out of the animation, I dodged. Like, it literally ate my dodge input. Like...
I've kept your flesh.
Yeah, I don't care. This should not be that hard of a fight. He does 4 attacks. Like, this is like the most basic boss thing. But the problem is it's just so poorly designed, and the controls are so delayed that it just doesn't work right. It doesn't do what the game wants it to do. Also, there's legitimately no reason for me to fight these guys. Like... Other than that hole is really wonky to get into. But, like, giving this guy poison is unnecessary. Like, I don't... Like, this guy doesn't even need poison. Be like that. The fact that like it's like, oh, I have an opening. I should do an attack, and then he just like he still hits me because he can just like it's just it's really bad, dude. Like it just feels really bad because of how delayed everything is. And like my sword is so long. Like that, like he literally waited. Like, what did he even kick off of there? And I can't even get my stamina up because he's just constantly attacking. Okay, so you can stop that by turning the stone. Okay, good to know. Get greedy. Get greedy. Like, see, it's it's not complicated. It's so delayed that I feel like I just have to like. Can I? Okay, fine. I'll touch the unknown shell. I was trying to loot literally anything else, and it's just like touch the unknown shell. Fine, I'll do that. Just. Can I... Why can I not touch literally anything else? Hello? There's an item right here. I can't pick up the item. Look at this. Look, the game is literally broken, dude. Like... This is why I wanted to pick up the other stuff first. But it wouldn't let me. God, this stuff is awful. This is basic stuff. Cool, it put me all the way back here. Fine, let's learn this one's name while we're at it.
What? Just...
Yes.
What did...
I get it. We have... Oh, we need 500 to figure out his name. He has more stamina. Oh, he does a little shadow thing. Cool. Don't care. I wanted the item, and I swear to God if the item's not there anymore, I'm gonna be... Look at that! Look at that tracking! He literally did an entire U-turn, dude. An entire U-turn to follow me. Like... And then this stupid stuff. I swear to God, if the item's not in here, I'm gonna be... I might just shut this game off right now. Yeah, the item's not in here. Whatever that guy dropped, I don't get. I did all that work to kill this guy to get whatever he drops. And I don't get to get it because the game bugged out. What was that guy called? What was that guy's name? Vin... something. Vin not... Wagyu. Vin... not... Wagyu. Drop. Mortal Shell. You've got to be kidding me. I better have him in my inventory. Nope. Nope. I don't have him in my inventory. You know what he drops? He drops 2 level ups. 2 glimpses. According to what I'm reading. Yeah, he drops 2 glimpses. Which is used for unlocking things. Hi, RBG Cobra Commander. How are you doing today? But because the game decided I had to pick up the shell, it meant I couldn't switch back to this for some reason. And then I couldn't pick up his items. So the save exit, which by the way, save exit works in most Souls-likes. If you save and exit most Souls-like, the item stays there. And you know what also happens? You stay where you are in most save exits. But this game not only didn't do that, it teleported us all the way back to the town, didn't keep the item on the ground, and then when we went over here to grab our shell or whatever, it forced us back into our old shell. So literally everything that is key basic for a Souls-like got ripped out of this game. Like, this is why you don't reinvent the wheel. I've talked about this plenty of times. This is why you don't reinvent the wheel. There's things that you can try to do new. But this is why you don't reinvent the wheel, is because you end up doing stuff like this. And things break. So now I'm out 2 glimpses. Now, what it seems like is there's a way to farm glimpses off of like regular mobs. So like losing 2 glimpses, I don't think it's a huge deal. But it's really annoying that I'm an hour into this game and I'm already losing out on items because the game is broken. Is there another person behind me? Yes, there is. Oh, I'm just dead. I'm just dead. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm not. Oh, now I definitely am. Like... I still don't know what these are. These ugly fish things. And this is just a new area. I just... I wanted to find a game to play that would be interesting, maybe a bit challenging. It changed our mortal shell again. Why did our shell change?
Eager for another taste. There won't be any merriment around the... only the... all the...
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's find out what this is called. I don't care. Teal the Acolyte. Cool. What do they do? Sprinting does not consume stamina. Cool. Gain damage bonus when low on stamina. Okay. Chance to lose stamina instead of health. Interesting. Striking a poison enemy increases chance for other passives. Regain less chance. Okay, I don't think these change. Yeah, those don't change. Taking poison damage heals to heal for the portion of damage that would have been dealt. Sometimes release a poisonous cloud. Okay, so this is where parrying becomes very important. But see, this is the thing, is if we had gotten those 2 glimpses off that boss, we could have just, bam, immediately got this. But I can't. Because the game stole our 2 glimpses from us. What is this? It's a book. Why did we steal a page out of a book? Why did it turn into a spider? What the hell did we just die? What? Why am I fighting this guy again? Okay, I say I'm gonna get my butt kicked. Okay. I can't see. What is going on right now? Oh, he like froze me. So, they told us that was an unparryable attack half a second before he hit us with it. This game is really bad, dude. Like... I love that he can just dual strike quicker than we can even. Okay, apparently the parry does not last long enough to do jack squat with. I literally hit the parry button. See, this shows all the reasons why this game is bad, dude. Like, having a parry that runs out, having a block that runs out, like... having a thing that flashes the same color, having tracking that's so egregious that, like, literally you can't roll it. Like, look at that. He spun 180, dude. Like... it's just, it's so bad. Why can't I have a good game? Why can I not pick a good game, dude? And see, like, why does he not get staggered? When he hits my... like, I 100% of the time get staggered when I hit his stone thing. But there's times where when he hits our stone thing, he just... like that. He just does not get staggered. Like, it's just... it's so unfair. Hi, Void. See, the problem is every time I see that flash, I'm like, I have a parry, I should use it. Because it's literally almost the same exact flash as the parry. But that parry, that flash is the, you can't parry this. It's so dumb. 2 different colors is all you needed to do. Blue means you have a parry, red means you can't parry. Like, they figured this out in grade school. Right? Have different colors with different meanings. Like, it's not rocket science. Yeah. I'm out of stamina, so I'm gonna die. Yep. This game is bad, dude. And then it drops your lock on whenever you get knocked out of your shell. By the way, resolve is running down. So, like, if I don't keep up the assault, my resolve runs out. Like, it's so bad, dude. Hi, Cat. How you doing? See, like that. Like, why did he not get staggered? He's using a basic attack, and I used my block. Okay, that's unblockable. And so is that. He has like 7 unblockable or unparryable attacks. Hang in there, how are you? I would be better if I could find a game that's actually fun to play. By the way, one of the things they say on this is that it's built by Souls-like veterans. That is one of the selling points of this game, by the way. I tell you what it's actually built by. People that have no idea what they're doing. See, like that. Why did he not get staggered? Like, it should be consistent. Like, if I have a block and he does a power strike, it should be a stagger. Every time. If I can't parry it, but I can block it, it should be a stagger. Like, you have to have some sort of balance, dude. If I can't parry it, like, and I have to either dodge it or block it, like, it's so bad, man. It's so bad. And then I lose the, like, by the way, if you're not paying attention, in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little yellow bar. Oh yeah, I can't pause it because it's a Souls-like, and that's a dumb mechanic that everyone thinks should be normal. Not being able to pause a Souls game. Which, by the way, Sekiro has pause, and it's the game that only 10% of people have actually freaking finished. So, how about actually have a pause button? But in the bottom left-hand corner, there's 2 bars that fill up that are yellow bars. That is our ability to parry. However, we lose that ability over time. So, not only do we have only 2 abilities to parry, by the way, you can look at the bottom left, we lose it over time. So, like, it's just a bad system. Like, they wanted it to be like this. He just one-shot us. He literally just one-shot us out of our shell. I love this game. This game is really well designed. Ever played a Souls-like game? Well, don't play this one. Don't play this one. So what I wanted to play this one because the second game is essentially comes out in like a day or two. And I was like, okay, apparently we played this for a couple hours a couple years ago. Now I understand why it was a couple hours. Is because the game is unresponsive. Its design principles are awful. It doesn't understand balance. Like, this guy has... Again, it's not the problem that it's like, difficult or anything. Like, this guy is super legible. It's just he doesn't do what you're supposed to do, right? If you're going to have a parry and a block as a forced mechanic, you see what happened there? Right there is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I used the forced, and he's still able to accomplish a 4-hit combo, right? That's the problem. So the way this should work is, if I block him, he staggers, I get like 2 hits off. That's how this system should work, right? If you're going to have a block and parry, especially a parry that you're going to have a limited use of, you have to have openings. The whole conceit of Souls-likes with difficult bosses... I'm just going to call this fish. I don't care. Just call the worm fish. The whole conceit of Souls-likes is that it's a dance, right? You attack, they attack, you attack, they attack. The point is you find an opening, you punish the opening, but they also punish any openings that you leave. And you learn what you're fighting against, and that's the thing. The problem is I can't create openings against a boss that when I hit block, he immediately follows up. Because I still have to go through my own animations. He doesn't. Right? That is why this is poorly designed. Because if you look at games that do this correctly, like Lies of P, where the parrying is essential in that game, right? So if you look at Lies of P, for example, there are bosses that do like a 3-hit combo, right? For example, when you're fighting one of the bosses, it does like a wind up with one arm, slams down, wind up with another arm, slams down, and then winds up both arm and then slams down. If you parry all 3 of those strikes, you can hit it like 7 times, right? You can hit that boss a whole bunch, and then it'll jump back, and then it'll do whatever next move depending on the information it has, right? That's because you're supposed to learn parry, 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 right? Or dodge, which there is a dodge in that game. I learned the parry mechanics because they become more essential as the game goes on. Right? And that's because the parries give you openings. Like, there's a boss that will charge at you. It charges you. If you perfect parry that charge, it'll hit the ground. You can get a few strikes off, and then you need to, like, move away from it because it'll do some sort of, like, get up and flail thing, right? But the problem is with this boss in particular that we're seeing here, and this is literally just so we can unlock this sword, right? This is just so we can get a weapon. So with this boss here, I'm supposed to go block and attack, or parry and attack. But my parries I have to build up by attacking. So I have to block and dodge. But the problem is when I block and he swings through my block, and then I come out of my block and he's already going for another swing, my block is on cooldown. I can't block the second swing, which means I have to dodge. But the problem is the controls are delayed. So if I come out of my block animation, because I have to, like, when I hit it, watch. You see the delay there? I'm hitting the button, and it's not immediately happening. You see how I have to fade out? And it's the same for the other dodge roll. When I was the other guy, he also has a slight move into the dodge, right? And because of that, I have to go out of one animation into another animation. He hits me every time, right? And this is why this is not well designed, is because the parry and the block should be options to the dodge. Or if one of them is going to be an essential thing, like this hardening, it shouldn't be on a cooldown. So the cooldown, let's see this. We're gonna hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about a 5-second cooldown before I can block again. And you saw how fast that guy was comboing, right? I can't use a 5-second cooldown with someone who is comboing faster than I can dodge. So they didn't balance this around the concepts that they've created, right? This is the problem, right? Is when you build pieces of a thing and you don't build the gameplay mechanics with the concepts of the obstacles, you get this detachment, right? So the way the character plays is a slightly modified version of a Souls-like. The way the bosses play is exactly like a Souls-like. But because of the modifications of the Souls-like, these two pieces do not line up, right? It's not a key and a lock, right? This lock and this key do not line up. They cannot go together, right? Square peg, round hole. And that's the problem. Because this is supposed to be the fast character with a lot of stamina. There's no reason why I should be dying to a slow boss when I'm using the two mechanics that I've been given. So, it's just... What the hell? See, when it's like this... See, I can do that, right? But you see how slow these guys are in comparison? And the person who made it... Yes, according to the Steam page. According to the Steam page, the people that made this say Souls-like veterans. Mortal Shell. I will read you verbatim what it says on the page. By the way, this has mixed reviews on Steam, which I can completely understand. The verbatim what it says... Where is it at? Okay, maybe it's on the GOG page. Okay, it's on the GOG page. Developed by AAA veterans, Mortal Shell has been developed by a coalition of seasoned veterans with unbridled passion. Oh, sorry, they're not Souls-like developers. They have unbridled passion for the Souls-like genre. I was wrong. They don't have... They're not a Souls-like dev. They have passion for the Souls-like genre. There's a difference. That's on me. Alright. Okay. Thanks, I guess. But you see how slow this guy moves, for example? So what I should do is I should be able to go block, hit. But you see how quickly he immediately followed that up? This is what I'm talking about. If that parry was up all the time, it wouldn't be a problem. If the block was up all the time, he just took his head off and threw it at me. Nice. And now I'm poisoned, and now I'm gonna die. Thanks. But, and see, now they're already throwing, like, this is a secondary area. Like, I probably shouldn't be here this early, arguably. But, like... And I'm still poisoned. Great. I don't... But it's just... The problem is you can... if you can see this in an area that you can already get to, you're gonna notice the flaws, right? Like... And I don't think any game is perfect. And again, I don't mind the idea of wanting to do something new. I think this idea of shells is a cool concept. But what they should have done is used this as a parry. This, like, shell block. That should have been the parry. And honestly, that entire... the harden system should have just worked like a parry system. They didn't need this secondary parry system, right? That's the problem, is they wanted to do this, and they wanted to do that, and they wanted to do this. And you have to narrow your scope. And that's another thing that gets a lot of developers, is they're like, oh, we gotta have this, but we also gotta have this, but we also have to... It's like, no, you don't have to have 5 million things. Narrow the scope. If I'm making this game, I go, okay, what do we need to make Mortal Shell Mortal Shell? First and foremost, we need shells, right? We need shells. This mechanic of the hardening, that's a cool block mechanic. Can we use timed blocks as a parry? Yes. So when this guy comes up... Okay, well, I don't want to fight these guys at the same time, so I'm going to try to... Stamina. I have a resolve. But I would have just been like, okay, this guy's coming after me, parry. Like, if it's not a perfect timing, I would have just been like, it's a block. Honestly, I would have made, and this would have been hard to do, I understand. I would have just made this harden mechanic work exactly like Sekiro's block and parry. So if you don't know how that works, in Sekiro, if you time it perfectly, it's a parry. Someone coming after me? Hello? Oh, this guy. Oh. So in Sekiro, why did I... Oh, because I died in the tomb. In Sekiro, if you hit it perfectly, it parries. If you miss it, it's still a block and you lose some posture. Right? And they could do something similar here. Right? They could have done it to where, like, it does essentially what the bell does in Sekiro, where, like, you could just take a little bit of, like, health damage, right? You would take chip damage or something, right? If you miss the... I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ. Like, you could do a little bit of health damage or a little bit of stamina damage. Like, there's a lot of things you could do there. But I would have just made... just made the harden my block and parry at the same time, and just forego this entire tarnished parry symbol thing. I feel like that's just a colossal waste of resources. So that way... the only difference I would have from a normal Souls-like is just mastering timing, right? So it would essentially kind of work, like again, kind of like a Sekiro with the timing. But like Liza P does that, and then Liza P also has the unblockable. Well, you have to perfect parry certain attacks, right? And you could do that here, or you could just have unparryable attacks, which forces the player to use a dodge, right? That is what you could do. So, you know, if you just have certain attacks, you know how our thing flashes and it's like, hey, you can't parry this. You would just have it to where, you know, you have certain attacks that this harden ability can't block or parry, so they have to dodge. And then you just have the different shells do different things with this block, right? You could have it to where like this one, whenever you parry, which is using this thing, whenever you parry, it drops a poison cloud. You could still do that with this harden mechanic. You could have it to where whenever you parry with the harden mechanic, it drops a poison cloud, right? You could still do the same thing without having these build a resource to parry while this has a cooldown. There's too much, right? There's too much going on for this to be a Souls-like, because I have to balance all of these things going on while fighting a boss. And you don't want the player to juggle 17 things while playing a Souls-like, right? The whole point of a Souls-like comes from the simplicity of it, right? And people are like, what are you talking about? There's so much that goes into a Souls-like. There is, but you know what's also good about Souls-like is you can do it without leveling up. You can beat those games with a wooden spoon, a broken wooden spoon, in fact. Dark Souls 2 specifically, that's what I'm referencing here. You can beat them with a knife. You can beat them in all sorts of ways. People have beaten playing 2 games at once. They've beaten it playing with bananas. They've beaten them with bongos, a Guitar Hero guitar. The reason why they can do that is because of, years of practice, obviously, but also the simplicity of them. You have one thing to manage in most cases. It's usually your stamina, right? Also your health, but if you're not getting hit, you don't really have to worry about your health, right? It's your stamina in most cases. You're just making sure, hey, am I using my stamina right? And once you get to, if you're managing your stamina properly, the only other thing you have to really memorize is how does the boss work, which is why this mechanic needs to work properly. And because it doesn't, you can't get that balance. Because I should be able to, whenever this block happens, there should be an opening. It should be harden. It should be harden, boss hit, bounce. I should get an opening. That should be the balance every time if this thing is on cooldown. If it's not on cooldown, if this just negates damage and it doesn't have a cooldown, then that's a whole different ballgame. But in the way that it's currently structured, it should be like a Souls game block where it just does something to negate damage or whatever. Because I can hold this as long as I want, it seems, but until I get hit. As soon as it takes a hit, it pops off. Which means that one hit stops that. But that's the thing, is when you have a system like that, you have to balance around that system. You can't just go, oh, we're going to add this system, and then slap all the old systems on top of it, right? That's the problem, is you have to design things from the ground up, balanced around your own concepts. And this isn't doing that. And you could tell it just with, normal encounters. Hold on, let's talk to this lady again.
Yes, taste.
I think she heals us and everything. But we'll do a different encounter, right? We'll do a encounter in the first area instead of the second area. Let's see if we can find a boss. I think there's a bear in this cave. Right, so this is a different boss. Right. So we'll do the same thing here. So we should be able to block, have an opening. Block. See the problem? My character literally used the resource I had. By the way, I hit A when I walked up my thing. It just didn't go back in there. I used the resource to block, and not only did I block the hit, it had a follow-up that he immediately hit me with, which impaled me, knocked me out of my shell, glitched the game, by the way. And then I died. But this is exactly why that block should have staggered it. Because if the first hit gets staggered, even for a second, I can go a strike and then I can dodge. And then I have a 5-second cooldown. I can't just go block stagger, block stagger, block stagger, right? I can't just keep doing that. But if I have a 5-second cooldown and they stagger for 1 second, that means I have 4 seconds that I have to wait before I do that again. That's called balance. Right? They also have terrible tracking, by the way. Terrible tracking. And what I mean by tracking is if I'm, like, behind somebody... Jesus Christ. If I'm behind somebody and they just turn around and still hit me, I can't get back to mine. I was literally in the middle of a dodge. Yeah. If I'm standing here and I dodge around them and then they just turn around and still hit me, that's tracking. That's enemy tracking. Basically, this is another thing that happens all the time in other games too. If you don't know what follow through is, I've talked about this in other games too. So follow through, I'll have to go to the big screen for this because it might be a little bit hard to see on the smaller screen. So what follow through is if this is the enemy and this is me, right? What follow through is if the enemy is attacking in a direction and I move, they continue in that direction, right? Unfortunately, a lot of programmers do not understand follow through. So what ends up happening in a lot of Souls-likes, games that think they understand how these games should work, is they do what's called tracking, player tracking. So, and this happens in Souls games too. Don't get me wrong. Souls games have tracking too. Don't think that they're perfect. So what ends up happening is instead of the monster going where they should be, which is not where I am, they follow me, and they still hit. Right? They'll go where the player is. That's player tracking. Now, some attacks will still have some tracking, so like instead of just going straight, they will track you a little bit, but you can still dodge out of the way. But when you see like a creature just turn 180 and attack, that's because of player tracking. And a lot of games have that problem. But you're supposed to have what's called follow through, which is where wherever you were attacking previously, you you go that direction. So if you saw right there, I went out of an animation, and then I just kind of stood there. That's because I hit the dodge button, and the dodge has a slight windup again. So it's very unresponsive. I love instant kills. They're my favorite. Yeah, this is legitimately just a... Oh, you guys didn't see any of that. Sorry. Not like anybody cares, but I died again. It's...
I've kept your flesh safe.
You don't need to say that every time, dude. Having a bonfire talk every time is a really bad idea, too. That's... God. Stagger him? Jesus Christ. See what I'm saying? It's just like one block is not enough when they hit you 4 times. Yeah, I switched. Thank you, Radical. God. Oh, man.
I've kept your flesh safe, foundling.
This is... What's funny is, again, all of these monsters so far, all these like, mini-bosses, because these are obviously mini-bosses and not full bosses, all of these mini-bosses have, like, 4 or 5 moves. They wouldn't be that hard to learn, right? So he's got this kind of, like, 3-slash. He's got this jump slap, which also has a pull-out. There's the 3-slash again. He has this roar, which comes with a stab, and then an opening, right? And then he's got this like 4 or 5 hit combo. Like that's it. That's legitimately all his moves. But the problem is the 4 or 5 hit combo is literally like the worst thing, because if he ever does it, we just die. See? If he ever does it, we just die. That's just how that works. Playing this style of game. Well, the thing is I can get through games that are well built. Like, I've done all the Soulsborne games. I've done Sekiro. I've 100%ed Sekiro. The problem is this game is not well built. It has very glaring issues that could be fixed very easily. The weird thing is this game literally has a sequel that's out in, like, a day. Currently, the early access to the full release is going on right now. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, the early access to Mortal Shell 2 is currently out. How this game even got a like second game, I will never know. Whoever funded that obviously did not play the first game. They and see, this is the problem, right? The games that should be getting funded don't. Games like this getting a second game do not need it. This game didn't need a second game. It didn't need a first game either. Like, I don't understand how you mess up a Souls-like formula this bad. You have a block, you have a parry, and both of them are on terrible cooldowns. One you have to build up, one you have 5 seconds to wait for. Like, it's just... You took 2 basic mechanics and you took them away from the player for no other reason than to make it survival-esque, I guess, if you want to call it that. Like, honestly, the easiest thing we can do is just bait this guy's, like, certain attacks out from this guy, like the jumping strike. Like, are you bugged? No. Like, if we can bait out any attacks that have openings. Hey, welcome in. Oh, I can't pause the game, I forgot. Because it's a Souls like, welcome in, No Way, Jose, and Raiders. Hope you had a good time over there with Jose playing Make Good Choices, which is not what we're doing tonight. Hopefully you had a good time. Feel free to tell us what that's about, because this game is garbage. I made good choices, but the choices kept killing me. Well, I am making bad choices on what games to play, because I keep playing games that are killing me. Mortar Cell that bad? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know how this game got a sequel. I'll be completely honest. I have no idea how this game got a sequel. Whoever's funding this company just loves funneling money into a fire. Like,
I've kept your flesh safe.
She says that every time we die, by the way. Every time we die. But yeah, before we run back in here, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Welcome in. If you don't know who I am, you probably don't want to know. I'm kidding. I'm MaskofGames, play a variety of games on the channel, mostly horror, mostly retro. Tonight we are attempting to do something with Mortal Shell. You could call it playing a video game, I guess. But anyways, if you need to run around for any reason, get you some food, get you some water, or go take a nap, I completely understand. Just throw us a follow, come back if you can, we'd love to have you. Also, if it's your first time here, feel free to tell us what's your favorite horror game, what's your favorite retro game, and if you have one, what's your favorite retro horror game, or just feel free to keep lurking. We do appreciate our lurkers here. So, but yeah. Hopefully you're having a good day, night, whatever time it might be for you. We're gonna jump back in here and keep fighting this sub-boss, whatever the hell this thing is, with this game that was designed by people that do not understand the concept of game balance. Friendship game called Last Pirates. What's that about? That's polished repo, but with pirates. Oh, interesting. God, I hate this game. Look at that tracking. This is why block doesn't need to be on a 5-second cooldown. Get money and items, bring it back to the ship. Items aren't as fragile, but you can get items to upgrade you. Interesting. Interesting. This is why block shouldn't be on a 4 or 5-second cooldown. I can't get ports. examples of games that are actually good, but I can get sequels to games built by people that don't understand game design. Thank you for eating my inputs. So by the way, if you're not keeping track, we have 3 different resources to manage. We have a 5-second cooldown block. We have a parry that we have to hit them enough to get the bar to fill up. And we also have to make sure we keep the pressure up, because that's the parry bar goes back down. And then we also have to keep track of our stamina. We have 3 different resources that we have to keep track of, just in basic combat. By the way, he stepped on our toes, which broke our block, which allowed him to grab us. That's what happened there, if you were wondering. Also, keep in mind that the dodge is delayed. So every time you see me just kind of stand there, it's because either it ate the input or it put it on the delay. That's what happened when I block. When I block, he steps on your toe to break your block, grabs you, and eats you anyways. By the way, that attack he does there, that stab thing that you saw, it's also unparryable. So you have to dodge it. But remember how I said you have to manage your stamina, your parry, and your block? If you have no stamina in that instance, you die. Your block does nothing, and you can't parry it. Look at it. The hitbox on his claw was way bigger than it needed to be. By the way, I still have to use my stamina to attack him, because he has to die eventually, right? So I have to attack, dodge, time to block, parry. Like, that is what I'm having to do now. If you're not catching all the stuff that I have to do for this. Absolutely abysmal video game. I don't know why I try to block that. Every time I try to block that, he steps on your toe. That should be blockable, not parryable. Like, that's another thing, right? Is if it can't be parried, it should be blockable, right? That should be the balance there. That's what good game design would dictate. But no, you have to dodge it, which means I don't have stamina, which means I'm now gonna die. It's just, it's so bad, dude. And especially when he's got this much tracking. Like, look how far he can move, and he tracks you with every swing. Look at, do you see that? I literally, like, got hit by, like, his back leg. Can't parry block, you, like, jump out of the way, swipe won't get you, but the jumps aren't that big. His are, though. Well, the problem is I have to hit him in an opening, but if I hit him in an opening, I have to then be able to block the next attack. But I can't block the next attack if it's unblockable, right? And if it's unblockable, I have my next choice is parry. But if it's unparryable and it's unblockable, and I just attacked, I'm dead. And here's why. Here's why, right? So I'm going to show you the different. I'm gonna attack, and then I'm going to hit the dodge button. Ready? Do you see how long it took before I dodged? See that? That's how long it takes between an attack and a dodge. So my choices are to never hit him and keep dodging, which means that this fight goes on literally forever because I don't have the stamina to do anything, or to just keep dying. Like, because the thing is I don't think I have a healing item. As far as I know, I don't have a healing item. Like, I have I've picked up healing items. But like, they're a waste. When he can do one move and kill me, a thing that heals me for like this much health or even this much health is irrelevant because he can instantly kill me. Right? So it's like, what do I do? And by the way, this is the guy right outside the bonfire. The main bonfire. Right? Like, like the game was designed by people that do not understand how games are designed. Like that is what I'm getting. Like, I shouldn't have to run back to my shell. What should happen is I should be knocked out of my shell, there should be some like cool animation, and then I should be sucked back into my shell. That should be what happens. There shouldn't be this like, run around, grab your shell, get back. Like, it's, I get what they're trying to do. You can block and stuff, and you have that one extra hit. Maybe you can finish off the boss. You know, like, I get what they're trying to do. It can create those cool clutch moments. It just makes it annoying. Like, they wear their inspo on their sleeve, but don't understand why those inspos work well in the combat. See, I don't know why I always try to block that. The problem is their inspirations do them no justice here. If people aren't going to get past the first, like, hour of the game, it doesn't matter. The problem is we literally had this discussion, I think, like, a few days ago, about, like, making a game like, oh, it's got to be rock hard, and that makes a good game, and Souls-likes are, you know, like the definition of like who are real gamers. Not when they're designed by people that don't understand how to make video games. This was designed by veteran AAA developers, supposedly. Yeah, you know what wasn't? Stardew. And you know which game sold more copies? Stardew. I wonder why. It's almost like one of these games is actually fun. In fact, I could probably name a dozen independent games that outsold this game, that weren't made by a billion AAA developers. That, by the way, if you didn't see what just happened, we had almost a full bar of parry, but because he grabbed us, now we have less than half. So, not only does our parry only fill up when, so watch our bar on the bottom. Not only does our parry only fill up when we attack, it goes down out of while time goes on, and if we get attacked, it also goes down. So we lose our parry over time, which again, this is a basic mechanic. Parry is a basic Souls mechanic. It's a basic mechanic in basically any third-person game that has it. In this game, you have to build up the ability to parry. The block is on a timer. These are basic mechanics that they decided to go, nah, we're gonna take those away from the player because we want our game to be different. Congratulations, you made a garbage game. Like, enjoy your garbage. Like, see, like this. This is a perfect example. So what I'm doing here, this is called distancing, right? So what should be happening here, in a normal Souls-like, what should be happening here is I should be learning at what distance he does what moves. But instead, he just kept walking, right? Because he's not programmed correctly, right? So there should be a distance where no matter what, he should be jumping at me, right? We've talked about this before when we talk about when we're talking about creating NPCs and stuff, there should be trainable behavior, right? This is another thing in Souls like that's important, right? That jump is what I want to bait out. But because it's inconsistent, this is another fatal flaw with this game. Is I can't consistently bait out the one move that I can punish easily, right? So it's like, I should be able to get to, like, this ring of attack and always get the jump attack. But I can't, right? It's inconsistent. But if I'm playing a Souls game, in most cases, I can do what's called bands, right? So at this band, he will always do a jump attack. Now, this guy seems pretty consistent so far. If I can get the band to work right. His band is a little funky, but if I get about this band, he seems to want to consistently do the jump, which is what we want. What do you plan on playing next? I don't know. Hi, Isaac. Hopefully didn't pay too much for it. As far as I know, I got this game for free. So, no, I did not pay too much for it. But see, the thing is this... That is unfun, right? What I'm having to do here, there is only one attack that makes the game playable, is unfun, right? I should be able to engage with what the game has to offer.
I've kept your flesh safe
in a way that I can consistently go, okay, this attack, dodge left, strike. This attack, dodge, dodge, strike, strike. Right? It's how these games are supposed to work. But the fact that, like, the only thing I can consistently do to get damage on this guy is to wait at a certain point, wait for him to jump, use the block, hit him a couple times, roll away. Wait for the jump, block, do... Like, it's unfun. Right? That's not how this is supposed to work. And the problem is when you have to get to the point of that's how you have to engage with the game, you're not engaging with the game. The game has a block, it has a parry, it has a dodge, it has items. Like, I'm not doing anything with this game at this point. Right. This is literally the game now. His swipes are so big, dude. Like, it's so unfun to do this. But you can see, like, this is just consistently, like, the only thing that works. Gotta get away from him. And the problem is I can't even get the ability to parry because of how much time we're having to take between these attacks. We're teaching mom, don't stress yourself too much. I'm not stressed. Like, the problem is I'm more disappointed, right? I'm just disappointed. Because the problem is there's so many games like this that have so much potential but squander it on simple, bad development choices. Simple ones. They're so afraid that their game is too simple that they overcomplicate it, and it makes it worse. And that's what's happened here. That's all that's happened here. It's just the game, the developers didn't want their game to be too simple. They wanted it to be too unique, and they ended up just pulling it down with too much. Like, when you bog your game down with too much design, you get this. right? This is what you get when you bog it down with too much design. Because the thing is simplicity is key, right? There's an old adage my program director taught us, and anybody that's been around for any number of years, even like military, probably have heard this before. But there's a philosophy. It's the KISS philosophy. It's keep it simple, stupid. I don't like using stupid. I usually replace it with silly. But there's a reason why that philosophy works. Because if you keep it simple, you're able to engage more things. But because this is so overloaded with, we have a timed block, we have a timed parry, we have a shell, we have a this and a that and a this and a that and a, you know, it's just like, okay, well, I guess my job is to block, swing, swing, run away. Block, swing, swing, run away. Block, swing, swing, run away. This is the most boring Souls fight I've ever had. I'm not engaging with a single mechanic of the game. Like, I guess I'm engaging with the block, but like, I could play any game with a block and do this exact same thing. I'm not doing anything that's pertinent to this game. You know, I'm not engaging with any, like, build mechanics. I'm not engaging with any, shell mechanics, right? Like... it's just... This is why we talk about design so much on the channel, because there's a lot of people that get into development, and then they look at a game like this, and they're like, man, if they made a game like this, I'm going to have to do something even bigger, even better. And it's like, no, you don't. Right? Like, you keep it simple. Right? It's funny because, like, the reason why Elden Ring works is because it actually took out things from the Souls-like formula. And people will probably look at me weird and be like, what do you mean? It did. It took things out of the Souls-like formula. One of the quintessential Souls-like thing that people talk about is the run back, right? Is like having to run back to the boss, right? Hey, in space, welcome in. Came in at the perfect time. We just beat a boss that we tried to fight fairly and didn't have to fight fairly, it turns out. Welcome in, everybody. Don't know who I am. I'm MaskofGames, play a variety of games on the channel, mostly horror, mostly retro. Tonight we were checking out Mortal Shell. We might end up switching games to something else, but I do appreciate it. If you need to run for any reason, get you some food, get you some water, or go take a nap, I completely understand. Just throw us a follow, come back when you can. We'd love to have you. Also, if it's your first time here, feel free to tell us what's your favorite horror game, what's your favorite retro game, and if you have one, what's your favorite retro horror game. Or just feel free to keep lurking with us. We do appreciate our lurkers here. But welcome in, everybody. Let's see. What were you playing? Abnormality. What is that about? You'll have to tell us what that's about. But welcome in, Sir Giant, Susybot, Space, and Glucose Space Raid. Yes. Welcome in. We just beat a boss by doing the same thing for, I don't know, 4 minutes, which is run in a circle until he fell over, essentially. I don't know how else to put it. That's essentially all we did. That maybe would be work on me. Yeah, the problem is it's not how the games are designed. We've been, honestly, I've just been talking about how this game is very, very poorly designed. and its sequel just came out or is coming out in a couple days. So honestly, I don't know how games like this get sequels, but they do. Lords of the Fallen also got a sequel, and that game is also very bad. So it's just, I don't know, man. Well, it's so disappointing because, like, the games that, like, need sequels or remakes or remasters, like, you have to fight tooth and nail to get those things, right? Or they just never get done. Right? But games like this, which could have been, like, sent back to the drawing board to begin with, they get sequels. It's just like, I don't know, man. Look at that. Did you see how fast that guy got? Oh, cool. I'm gonna die. Great. Alright. Game is great. Designed by AAA veteran developers. I kid you not. That is something it says in the GOG preview for this. AAA veteran developers. That's why, just because you have a resume does not make you necessarily make you more qualified than other people. That's exactly why I tell people that anybody can do this. A lot of people get really disheartened and they're like, I'll never be able to make a video game. I'll never be able to make 3D art. I absolutely assure you, yes, you can. I promise you, you can. But, again, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. It just came in at a time where we have been not having the best time with this game. Again, this game does have mixed reviews on Steam for very good reasons. If you've ever played a Souls-like, basically, basic mechanics for Souls-like type games have been taken away from the player, essentially. So your ability to block has turned into this, and it's on a 5-second cooldown. Your parry, you can parry, but you have to build it up. It's the little yellow meter over there in the bottom left-hand corner. We can build up 4 of them, but they drain over time. I don't know why that's the mechanic, but it is. Someone decided that was what they wanted to do. So that is what we're doing. Hey, look, it's another thing. It's another shell. What does this say? And what of my kin? Are you reading this, dear brother? Do you still remember how we played at Scholarship? Simpler times, when our quandaries were mere dramatics dressed up as theory. Oh, you have, oh no, he's got toes on his armor. Not armor toes. Are you like the mage? What do you do? You look kind of like the last guy. Okay, he has 5 parry spots. Does he build up more resolve, I guess? Maybe he's the parry champ. Or like the parry chump. Anywho. What's that abnormality about, by the way? What's that all about? What? Okay. So we went that way. There was another. Okay, no, it's just that. Thank you. Bear traps. They're meant to catch bears. In this game, they only catch people. Also, why is there a bear trap in front?
Yes. Slowly now.
Nora is similar to Faz and Demonologist, but it's a solely indie dev who has been great about food. Oh, nice. Very cool. What is your name? Solomon the Scholar.
Existence is a curious matter. The greatest triumph in the universe, gifted and squandered. I shan't make the same mistakes as my brother. When the moment comes, I'll exercise restraint.
Should you, though? When holding a sacred gland, Solomon gains 25 maximum health. When not holding a sacred gland, Solomon gains 1 maximum resolve. Okay. Using a weapon ability to slay an enemy. Killing an enemy with an empowered riposte has a chance to restore all resolve. Sounds very helpful. Gains a small amount of resolve when being struck while hardened. When talking to an NPC, Solomon gains a segment of resolve. What? What? So I should go up and just spam talking to people with this guy, and I just get all my resolve. Someone becomes familiar with items more quickly and gains a glimpse on reading lore for the first time. Duration of times enemies remain hardened when you are separated from Solomon is increased. Huh. Okay. Well, we have items. I don't know what these do. We also have this. Okay. Glimpse of affection. Okay, they're bigger glimpses. Okay, so we have 11 now.
Yes.
Taste the truth. That should be someone's catchphrase. Okay, this seems useful. We could get both of those. With one more glimpse, we could actually get... Oh, we don't even have a weapon ability. Okay. So this is 8, so they think this is highly valuable. Becoming familiar with the items more quickly. And gain a glimpse when reading lore. It's probably because of the gains a glimpse when reading lore. So... I feel like... Oh, you could just use item. Okay. Okay, we need to go... We need to go fight some things, because we need tar. We need to literally go beat the tar out of people. The parry is so slow. Okay, he builds resolve really fast. Either that or he always has one. Wait, does he always have one resolve? Can he always parry? No. Okay. I'm about to be really upset if that's the case. No. No, he doesn't always have one resolve. Okay, chill out. Okay. That was way too fast, brother. Okay, get her health up. Anybody else over here? No. Alright, we need more tar, because I think we need 1100? We need a bit more tar. That's a bear trap. There's like 6 guys up here, I think. None of that. Oh. Okay, that was way earlier than I thought it was going to be. Okay, try that again. We get health by parrying, that's why it's important that we be able to do that. Okay. What? Get something more quickly? What did it say? Those familiar heal more quickly. Okay. Okay, we have 1100. So I'm gonna go back and get that ability now. is if we can get resolve from using the block. Why do you have a bear trap in front of you? I don't like that.
Sip this.
It's gibberish. Familiar signs and symbols etched by a human hand in my own tongue.
Uh-huh.
Yet they're arranged without any discernible logic. The letters spiral in concentric circles, interspersed with figures that resemble mathematical formulae. It means nothing, I'm certain. But I can't look away.
Good. Great. Thanks. All right. I can't. Okay. That's a little. Okay, get back to your body, please. Okay. Alright. Let's go a different way. Rotten food. Okay. Glimpse of wisdom. Okay. Yeah, I think this shell is going to be more down our alley. So I think we're gonna try to power this guy up. Still don't know what these little weird frog fish faced guys are. These are the tar caps, right? Noxious mushroom. Okay, so now we've circled back around. I don't want to read that just yet, so we need to keep in mind there's a thing, because he'll get glimpses on, if we can get up to 8 again, we can get glimpses on first reading lore, and I think that's a lore thing there, so... Boiled frog? We'll be boiling them frogs. Okay, got a sleeping guy. Yeah, come walking over here. Okay. on me. I got a little greedy, I'm sorry. Dead rat. Come on over here, friend. Okay, and you're sleeping. Okay. Ow. I kind of deserve that. I apologize. Alright. Well. Okay, that was a little too late. Get parried. So there was someone... Hey. Hey, you. Big guy. Come this way. Come here. Come here. Oh, not that fast. Hold on now. Hold your horses. There you go. Attaboy. Attaboy. Okay. Okay, way too early. And that gives you like jack squat for health, though. I did not like that sound. Okay. There was a camp, but there was a person with a special loot up this way. You see him? Over there? Oh, okay. They're not. Well, we'll have to see. Okay, so big guys decided not to aggro, but the small guys did. Come on, then. Okay. How close can I... Dang it, dude. This is why I hate this game, dude. That's why I hate this game so much. I literally hit the parry. There's a animation to pick up the parry. There's a delay. There's delays in everything, dude. Everything is delayed. It's the slowest Souls-like in history, dude. Like, God, why? Why did they have to make this game so slow? Like, character feels like they're moving through molasses, man. Oh cool, I did my stone thing, it didn't even work. Good, thanks. Love that. And you don't, there's no rechargeable healing thing. Like, it's just, they made so many terrible decisions with this game, man. Look at that. Look how slow it goes down too. It's like, oh, you missed your parry? Too bad. Time to take a hit and lose all your health. And then not only do you have to time your parry perfectly to get the parry, but the health you get back, it should be like half your health bar for a parry, dude. Like not like this. Like the food does more than that. And the food is so scary. Like it's so bad, man. Like look at that. It's nothing. Like, I don't understand how you would ship a game. This is the first area of the game. How do you ship a game like this, dude? Like, this is just so god awful. Like, okay. I literally hit the parry button. Okay, thanks. I got shot out of my body because I was in the middle of a parry animation. Oh, cool! The trap reset. That's fun. Sucks so bad, dude. And then only having one extra life that doesn't go back over time, like... By the way, that guy just popped in out of nowhere. And the auto stand-up shouldn't be happening. Like, he should stay on the ground until he gets through a full animation, instead of he's like, let me float back up into existence. That makes complete sense. I need to turn on. There's an option that automatically switch to. I'm leaving that. No, I was just gonna say I'm leaving that there because I don't want to. Because it gives you health, but. Let me aggro just one of you. That worked out well. Gain a glimpse. Superior moonshine. Let's say pick up the loot. An unbreakable loot. Okay. What are these things? Kit. Bag of tar. A baguette. See, I knew that guy had a special loot. Also, I just realized how we can deal with the poison frogs. We can use our shield thing. See, when I can parry this game, it's not a problem. The problem is that you have to build up your parry. A slurry of tar. That sounds disgusting. Ugh. A slurry of tar. Get some water. Oh, this is the abandon your thing, right? Why do they have two of these? No. They really wanted you to play this on a hard mode. As if the game was good enough for that. Ow. Not have a parry. Oh, there's a lot of you guys over there. We're gonna get up, or coming, or are you just gonna keep staring at me? Is he stuck back there? Okay. Oh. I was like, can I get him now? No, I can't. 2 boiled frogs. Stamina regen. Okay, that came off like a big pain in the butt. Okay. What were you guarding? Guarding another guy. Oh. Are you gonna teach us about these things?
Oh, I'm starving. Really could. It ain't easy sitting here all day, you know.
Want a frog on a stick?
It ain't easy sitting here all day, you know.
Oh, I ate all my food because I needed it to get up here, you dingus. Okay. Well, that's fun. What a colossal waste of time that was, I guess. This is the... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, this is the abandoned thing, right? Okay. Alright, so... That's where we came from. Yeah, so if we just wait on our thing to get up, whenever we get near one of these guys, we can just stone and it doesn't do anything. Feed Gorf. Here you go. Whoa, 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 what? What the hell? Why did you do that? Oh crap, if I'm gonna die, I need to die closer to the save area. Oh, what's this over here? Okay, does this thing just poison us? Yeah, the tar spores, because it says noxious. Does that just poison us, like... I'm gonna get right here. And I'm gonna figure out what these tar spores do. Yes, they do indeed. 40 poison damage. Oh, but if we eat 2 of them, now we get immunity to poison damage. How convenient. So now we have to, you have to eat 2 of those so that it's just like, yeah, don't do that. Don't. Okay, and I just wasted one. Okay, well, that's fun. Still need to save up. Restoring some health. Okay. A shark will harden will boost the damage of your probably next attack. Yep. Great. Is there like a merchant I can talk to or anything? I would like to do anything of use. The bell. Hi, hi. Oh, there's a cat. Hi, cat. Pet the cat. Only good part about this game. Who are you? Do you sell stuff?
My, oh my, aren't you a rare specimen? Rather dashing in that curious attire. And what of on the inside? You must be a gentleman. Certainly not one of those boorish fanatics. Welcome then. I'll warp some tea. In the meantime, what?
Yes.
Surely there's something you'll fancy.
Ah, of
amongst
course.
my collection.
What the hell is this? Quenching acid. Ah, to enhance weapons. Got it. Golden bell. Bronze bell. Tools. Scripture of Euphoria. Yeah, I love not knowing what things do without using them. Oh. Large bolt. Okay, he sells a bunch of roasted rats. He has an infinite stock of them, actually. Actually, since we're probably gonna die, I'm just gonna spend all of our tar on that. Just get a bunch of healing items. Alright, so now we have an access to healing items. That's gonna be helpful. Since there is no reusable one, we have to get consumables. That's fine. We can work with that. I've played Demon Souls before. We can work with that. Why are there frogs everywhere? Okay. We could use the lady to heal and get our stuff back. But it would respawn everybody. That's fine. I think we're gonna go try to explore somewhere new anyways.
Yes. Slowly.
Okay, what we're gonna try to work towards next is this one. They say that that one, it looks like that one's the most valuable. I mean, obviously this one is good, the best one. We have a chance to regain, or we do regain it upon defeating enough foes. That is obviously the best one, but 25 I think is out of our range. The kick might be valuable too, but I think this one, familiar with items more quickly, is going to be very helpful. Yeah, so lore, NPC, and then I think we'll work on the kick and then the recollection of death. So let's head out this way. And I want to go... I want to go to the right this time. Not this. Not right up the hill, but this right. There was a path this way. I don't think we've explored this way. Okay, maybe we have. Okay, I need you to walk away from your big buddy back there. Yeah, we didn't go this way. We know there's a weapon or something this way, but we have not gone this way. So we need to be very careful here. I'm out of stamina now. That's what I was afraid of. That was not a... That's fine. Go ahead and use our little heals. There was something at the base of this. Unknown effigy. So there's like a weird pop-in with some of this. Okay, got a glimpse, that's good. We're working towards that 8. Okay, so the arrows do not break our armor. Okay, I see you. Get you out of our way. Glimpse of futility. More of these frog statue things. Okay, wait for stamina. Hit that. And that gives us good resolve. Moonshine. Gonna hit that. There we go. He's down. Congealed tar, perfect. Okay. Okay, so that's actually a pretty solid combo. So there's a quick heavy attack we can put into the middle of our swings there. Have we been this way before? I don't think so. That's a lot of bear traps. Okay, is this where we saw one place that had a weapon, and we saw one place that had a shell. Is this where the shell is, or is this where the weapon is? This is a long tunnel. Wait, is this literally the cave back to the start? Are you kidding me? We did all of that just to get back where we started. Okie dokie. Anywho. It's neither. The answer to that question was neither. This game is top notch. I mean, it's fine. It's a shortcut back, so that way we don't have to go that long way. I get why it's there, but, like, Jesus. I could have swore... it showed us a place. Can we cut these down? No. Okay. Okay, we got stairs that way. Nothing this way. Hi. Way too early. Okay, that's not variable. Got it. That attack came down really fast. I was trying to parry it, but man, it was just like swoop. Okay, can't do anything that way. Ow. Okay. That's a new area. I don't know if I want to go to a new area just yet. I don't think I found everything in this area. So... so it seems like this guy's built around Resolve, so I'm wondering if the king-looking guy is built around... the, Arden. Hi. Oh, never mind. We don't need to go that way. Don't need to go that way. Okay. I think we went everywhere but this way. Hello? Oh, game bugged out there, but got a glimpse out of it, so I guess I'll take it, but... It came from this way, right? No, we did not. We definitely did not. Man. I knew that was gonna happen. Man, I hate this game. Okay. Oh, cool. 3 of them. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, cool. It couldn't even give me the wind-up for that. Thanks. Oh, I don't have any resolve. Jesus Christ, dude. Glimpse of truth? That's new. $15. Well, we almost have the 25. Jesus. Okay, we found a graveyard. I'm gonna have to be careful. I don't have a resolve for this guy. go. Do these grow fast now? Oh, they're counting down. Okay. I was like, geez, that grows really fast now. Okay. Spectral token, yep. We know what that does now. Actually, should probably put that on our bar as well. Pretty good bar. Come on. You gonna do something about it, or? Oh, okay. I did taunt you. I guess I deserve that. Where are we? Oh, I saw something there. Hi. Okay. Okay, this definitely feels like where we need to be. Because these are all people that seem to be like our difficulty, except there's like 3 of these guys here. Jesus. What are you guys guarding? Okay, high ground is not a... Okay, you're guarding... Oh, we've been here. Yeah, this is the crypt. Okay. We ran through here before. Okay. Okay. I got these guys. Okay, so let's clear this area. So if we can get one more glimpse, we can get the chance to get our revive back, which... Or, not a chance, but we can get the... You get your revive back after so many kills, which is huge. Probably the most valuable thing we can get. That is... It feels like almost required for progress at this point. Say, I don't know if I'm going to be able to dodge that arrow, but that's fine. I don't know why that guy didn't attack me, but I'm thankful for it. Okay, I did say the item back there. I just wanted to take care of all the... guys, there's some roots and an item back here. urgent tar, or ungent tar. Okay. There's an item up here. Right next to a bear trap. Okay, well cap. Not too shabby. Okay. Come on there, boyo. Now, where does this spit us out? It's on the opposite side of the tree, right? The bat tree? Yes. That's what I thought. Killed your friend. Are you coming to say hello, or are we just standing here? Okay, well, if you're not gonna do anything, I'm just gonna walk away. Right now, I think I'm just trying to see if we can get lucky enough to get one more glimpse. Okay, well, so I ran out of stamina, so I couldn't dodge that. That was kind of on me. Okay. Shot his buddy in the back, that's funny. Okay. Come out. Okay. Trying to aggro our two big friends here. Okay, we got one. Come on. Okay, we both missed because we're both really bad with distances apparently. Okay. Still no glimpse, unfortunately. Oh, my thing was down. I tried to block his attack and it... My block was not up. Okay. Alright, so I think we've seen everywhere we can go. We have... I think we have a direction from the poison swamp, and we have a direction... Is there really only 2 exits from this area? I think there's really only 2 exits from this area. That's kind of crazy. So it looks like it was leading us to the graveyard. Ow. You coming? Oh, okay. I can't parry when. Okay, well, thank you, I guess. Nope, I guess not. Thank you. Could have dragged me all the way back there. Anyways. Okay. Not playing that game, friend. I'm gonna die to a couple chumps on a hill there, friend. Ah, there was something up here. Remnant of Tar. Untarnished mask. Okay. So we didn't get a glimpse, it doesn't look like. No. Really unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna go touch these things again to see where it says they are. But I think there's one more shell that we don't have. At least, right? Yeah, this one. Where are you? You're at a tower. Where? There's a broken rubble and a tower. I think that's the path that's to the left of where we currently are. Consume to resolve? Why does it consume resolve? That sucks. So this got worse because we identified it? Great. I love that. I hate this game, dude. Okay. So I think that was this way. Coming down here, or are you just gonna roar at me from up there? Oh, double strong. No, because this leads to the bear cave, right? Like. Where is the stone path that leads to a tower? Is that even here? Here's some stones. that way, I guess? I'm gonna step right in that trap. This way. Yeah, I don't think I didn't know you were there, punk. I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, hello. Moonshine. So wait, I guess we could balance out the heal thing with, like, Moonshine? Because Moonshine gives Revolve at the cost of health, depending on how much health it takes. Ornate Token. Yeah, we definitely have not been this way. So I'm guessing this is the way to the last shell. No, no. I don't think we've been here this way. We would have grabbed that token, definitely. Scripture of Defiance. Here, Moonshine. So there should be... Oh. So there should be a tower over here. They're definitely not... Ow. Rude. Ooh, that was close. You get one more shot, hombre. Okay, we found another one of these fish statues. Oh, is that a glimpse? Hey, we got enough. Sure hope we find a shortcut or something. That's probably a boss arena. I'm not sure what just popped in behind me, but... yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. So down here is the last... there it is right there. Hi. Let's say, I know you got a buddy. Got him. Unknown effigy, a large bolt. That did not kill him. I don't like that they just gave me a healing item. I feel like these have to be like weird fast travels or something, right? Please don't attack with a boss or something. Okay, we found the king! A lot of health. More than just a sleeve. Oh, hi. Yeah, no thanks. I'm just gonna not do that, thanks. You have a wonderful day. I'm going to... He calls you back at the cost of all your glimpses. Glimpses?! Yeah, no thanks. I'll run back. Oh, but I don't have any glimpses with this. Does that get rid of the glimpses that are on other shells, too? I really don't want to loot all this tar. Okay, there was definitely a boss down there. So, we'll have to come back this way. Okay, so there are 3 directions we can go. Don't want to fall down the hill. Okay, I guess we're falling down the hill. One glimpse. Okay, I think this shell has... He took more than one hit to his block. So he can block combos, it looks like. So they give you the categorically worst shell and force you to go through either a really long area to get a shell that blocks multiple hits, or through one of the most annoying bosses to get... Ow. To get the shell that gets the most stuff back to do the parry, it seems. Okay, I want to test something with this guy. You come over here, dude. Stop pointing at me. Come here. Okay, we're gonna test something with this guy. I'm just gonna... He's got a boot on a stick. Okay, no, we didn't. Oh. thing, bear. Sorry, I saw this over here and I was like... Okay, is this another... So wait, did I pick literally, like, the hardest boss to fight? Is that what I'm learning here? Because this bear cave seems to be a shortcut to all of the exits. I think that's what I did. I think I literally picked the hardest boss to fight, because there's the exit to the tomb area this way. There's the exit to the... Oh my god. I think that's what I did. I think I legitimately just picked the hardest boss in the starting area to fight first. Great signposting game. Alright, let's figure out this guy's name and then get the stuff.
Sip this.
This guy is King Dorcas. What's it? Erdrim the Venerable.
Of an end to war and human suffering. Promises all were desperate to hear. Myself not least. For I'd seen my share of tragedy. I scratched my name in their book, swearing myself to the deathless doctrine. My armor clattered on the ice as I knelt before them and asked myself if I would ever be worthy.
Okay. Deal more poise damage, causing enemies to stagger. Extra damage against enemies who are alone. He's an anti-boss. HP is increased. Gains execution stack upon killing an enemy. Each stack increases base attack. Stacks are lost when separating from... Okay. Upon reclaiming, your next attack will deal massive damage, sometimes exploding your enemies into a bloody mist. On kill, gains a buff which reduces attack damage for attack taken. It's occasionally able to resist being knocked down. Okay. Okay. So this guy fights bosses, staggers things, just has a bunch of health, has the most health anyways. Every time he kills stuff, so as long as you don't die, like don't get knocked out of him, he just continuously does more and more damage. He takes less damage every time he kills something for 10 seconds. And he just sometimes can just not be knocked down. Yeah, I understand why they put this guy so far away. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I understand now.
Yes.
Oh, I need 4,000. Okay. I was like, I know it's expensive. Okay, so how much is a bag of tar? 300. How much is ungent tar? 750.
Yes.
I know you are awaiting, my assailant.
So
I
these
read
two
that you will
guys
descend
are
upon
the
me.
strongest ones
I will
by
be too
far.
slow to stop you, though I
100%.
will
Like,
try.
it's not even a contest.
Just know that I do not blame you. I cannot hold on to...
Like, this guy... Like, this ability here. So, depending on how high a chance this is, this ability here means that there's a chance that when you kill someone with a empowered riposte, which is the thing you get after you parry somebody, you just get all your resolve back. Talking to someone just gives you resolve. Like, this is the resolve guy, and then this other guy is just like the you just want to deal the damage. I don't know. I'm guessing there's other. So, but looking at this, if there is indeed, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 other spots, but only one of these spots has candles. So is there only one other shell? Or do we have all of the shells? I don't know. We don't have any of the weapons. Hey, Lee, how you doing today? Man. Part of me wants to power through this game. Like, part of me legitimately wants to try to power through this game. Because I feel like using these two characters, the one we currently have equipped and this guy, I feel like we could break the game enough. Not break the game. We could pressure the game enough to push through, right? I feel like we could pressure the game enough to push through. But it's also the fact that I would have to keep playing the game. Oh, man. Because, like, the guy we have is very, very heavy in the parry thing, right? And we just got him the ability to where he can get his revive back. So we can die, get it back, die, get it back, and we could potentially just continuously stay alive as long as there's monsters around, right? And if we keep powering this guy up, we can keep our parry up. Now, I don't know, because see, the thing is I'm thinking boss fight, right? I'm thinking this ability and boss fight. We can't kill a boss to get this back. So this is only useful when we're exploring, right? But he has healing options, which is big, because there's no reusable heal thing. But this is only a chance to heal when using... Oh, no, that's to kill an enemy, so that doesn't help. Because again, I'm thinking, like, getting through the world is not the hard part. It's fighting bosses, right? Fighting bosses is going to be the important bit of the game that we have to find a structure for. Because currently there is no good structure for that. The way the bosses are... The bosses of this game are designed like a traditional Souls-like. The mechanics of this game are not. That's the disconnect, right? So we have to find a way to force. Basically, we have a square peg and a round hole, and we have to find a way to force those things together. That's where we're at, right? So we have to look at what we have, what tools we have available to shave off those corners, essentially. I think this guy is actually the best option. And the reason being is just because of things like this. If this counts towards bosses, that's gonna work. Additional poise damage. I think you can stagger bosses. HP is HP. That is the most valuable resource you have outside of stamina. Now, his stamina is low. He has next to no stamina, right?
Slowly.
But execution, killing an enemy doesn't matter. Reclaiming, next attack will deal massive damage. This actually is useful for a boss fight because we would get one reclaim, correct? Like, that's the thing, right? So that still means in a boss fight, that could mean we beat a boss, right? That means we could finish a boss off because that would be massive damage. On a kill, doesn't really matter. This also could be big because if a boss goes to knock us down with a move, we don't get knocked down. That's an opening, right? That's an opening for damage. And then these don't change. So still pulling through. Yeah, we got the last we got the last shell. We've basically seen the 3 exits of this area. So we're talking about potential options here while looking at the shells. Mortality is in the eye of the beholder. That's not how that works, but sure.
Sip this and you'll see.
Because I'm looking at this guy, right? Striking a poison enemy increases chances for other passives. Okay, what are the other passives? Gains 20% chance to lose stamina instead of health. That's not bad in a boss fight. Gain damage when low on stamina. Not bad in a boss fight. Sprinting doesn't consume stamina. Okay. Killing an enemy, irrelevant. Empowered riposte, sometimes release a poison cloud. Could be helpful. Damage over time, always helpful. Taking poison damage, that only matters for bosses that do poison damage. So really, the thing that helps would essentially be if this chance is higher because of this thing, which is predicated on this thing. So we would have to riposte a boss for a poison cloud just to have a chance to take less damage, right? The problem with this character is there's too many maybes, right? We need guarantees to be able to shave off the edges. Like I said, what I think it's really going to come down to... let's look at this guy. I think this guy, this is the most basic... Like, this is the first character we got. I don't think this guy is... This is our guy, to be honest. I really think it's the guy we just found. Because this guy's abilities are... Hardening lasts for twice as long upon being broken. Okay, so after they hit us, it sticks around. Killing 2 enemies, quick succession, resets your harden. Doesn't really help with boss. Hardening causes hero stamina rapid refill. Okay. Harden cooldown reduced. We can harden more. Short time after hardening, enemies killed have a chance. No, we don't care. Gaining a glimpse. That doesn't. Add a chance for enemies to drop it. Like, this is... You use this guy... Basically, you use this guy to farm glimpses. But the problem is if you're farming glimpses, unless they're dropping it as an item and not as, like, just a thing you pick up, this guy is kind of irrelevant. So, yeah, I really do think it's this guy that we need to level up. But in order to level him up, we're going to probably use this guy. Right? We use this guy to get the items to level up the other guy. But we are gonna. I want to do one last thing. We did see what looked like one last boss in this area. And he was kind of hanging out by himself, and I kind of want to see if we can take a swing at him. So I think it was this way. Yeah, it was definitely this way. Okay, there was a guy over here who definitely looked like a boss. So, let's see what trouble we can get into with this guy. Can we get him to throw himself off the edge? That would be hilarious. No. Okay. Oh, you're not a boss. You're just gonna... Okay. You're just kind of a giant guy with a... You're just like a... I think he's just a product of things to come. Gain glimpse. Okay. Well, never mind. I thought this guy was a boss. My bad. Martyr's Blade. Two-hand sword, achingly cold to grasp. Oh, this is the hammer and chisel.
The entrance is not far, foundling. But you may... I speak not only of my... Just as every flame casts a shadow.
Okay.
Reflection. I see.
I see. Okay, so... Oh, we can upgrade... Boost healing effects. Oh, okay. Boost resolve acquisition. We did find books, right? What are these? Next parry your funds resolve on success. Okay. Let's see if we can get the hammer and chisel. It looks like we have to fight this guy every time we want a weapon, which I am not a fan of. Also, spider alert. Yeah, we have to fight this guy every time we want something. Great. I love that. It's fun. He also does all the stuff that we do. Man, he is... Whoa, what the hell? Trying to parry, but man, you can't parry how fast that is. See, this is why I hate that it knocks you out of the thing, dude. Because he was literally inside of the thing I had to interact with. God, this is such a bad system, dude. Oh, it's so horribly designed. No, I don't want the stupid wormfish. Where's the... Give me this. Of course, he keeps doing the one attack I can't parry. Okay. Hey, D-Man, how you doing today? Say every time I go for a parry, he does the one attack I can't parry. Man, parrying that, God, and then you stagger immediately too. It's just like, it's a really bad system, dude. Really, it's just... Yep. That literally, every time I go like, oh, this is a good one to parry, the only parryable attack is the one that you can't parry. Which is that one. Yeah, that one's also unparryable. What? Why did it not parry that? That was very obviously a parryable attack. God, I hate this game. This game is such garbage, dude. There's two attacks that are basically like, oh, this would be a good one to parry. They're unparryable. Why have a parry system and a block system? One, that are separate. Two, that don't do anything. Like, it's just... I can't believe that they're just so bad, dude. Like, I just blocked for a hit and I still get hit. Right? It's just... And, like, once I get comboed, like, I'm hitting the dodge button. Every second you see me standing there doing nothing, I'm hitting the dodge button. I can literally hold my controller from the camera if you want me to. I could show you that I'm hitting the dodge button. Like, it's not... It's just not, like... So like that, like, it's just like... The opening that I had, he's just like, nah. What are openings, man? Why would we give you anything like that? Like that was not even an unparryable attack. It was just like, nah. Yeah, he always gets 2 of those. I just can't parry this. Like, this is just unparryable. I literally have to do the most boring thing in the world, which is run away, jump in, run away, stab, run away. Like, this is the most boring game in the planet because it's just like, oh, you know how you play this game? Don't play the game. See, and even when I try to do a thing... Right, so this is... Oh, cool, he can literally just jump the length of the... So you just, like, run, stab, do that. I'm out of stamina. My thing was up in the air. Literally, my thing was up in the air. That's hilarious, dude. Like, that was a parryable attack, and it was just like, nah. Like, this is the game. Right, like, it's such a bad game. If all I can do is what you see me doing right now, this is a badly designed game, right? Like... I should be able to... I should be able to have a back and forth with a boss, but I can't, because if I take a swing at him, that happens. And anytime you see that thing behind me flash, that means it's unparryable, so I can't even use the parry mechanic. I'm hitting the dodge button. Parry did not go through. Yeah, I can't. Like, again, the fact that I legitimately can't even use the parry mechanic because it's just like I used a heavy strike and his basic attack went off before my heavy strike. That's wild, dude. Ah, I love tracking. God, I love tracking. I don't think this weapon's parryable. I legitimately think this weapon he's using is bugged. Because he did that jumping strike, my parry was in the air, it didn't give me the flash that it was an unparryable attack or anything. Nothing happened. This is such a garbage game, dude. Again, the fact that this gets a sequel, but like games that actually deserve money get squat is wild to me. Because again, this is the game. I hope you enjoy this, because this is what we get to do for the next few minutes until he dies. See, the fact that he can just get up and dodge my attack is wild, dude. It's like, oh, that opening you have? Not an opening. This guy has 0 openings. You can't parry the move that should be parryable. My thing was up and nothing happened. Yay! Good game. Found by literal morons. Oh, I'm out of stamina, which means I get hit. Not gonna swing for that. I didn't. Why is he just standing there? Oh, because he's baiting out of my attack. Oh, cool. He just canceled his animation. You see that? That's not even remotely fair. He's just like, yeah, I'll just cancel the entire animation. That's fine. That's wild. See, like, I legit, wow. He didn't even take any damage from that. He gets invincibility frames, and I can't even parry. Yeah, it's literally a standoff. That's what we have to do. Every 5 seconds, it's just a standoff. I love how his just lasts longer than mine too. That's hilarious, dude. Isn't this fun and engaging? Don't you just want to rush out and buy this? And its sequel, which comes out in like 2 days. By the way, he's reading my inputs. If you haven't caught on to that, the reason why I'm now attacking and then holding the block button is because he reads my input. So I've discovered why this game is also terrible. Is what's happening is I'm hitting heavy attack, and as soon as I hit heavy attack, he attacks me. So the game's reading my inputs. So it's actually actively cheating. See, watch. See? You see him put his shield up? I'll do it again. Here, watch. This is attack, and this is block. Attack. Do you see him immediately go into an attack animation? See, I'll get away from him. Attack. Immediately goes into an attack animation. The game is actively cheating. So it's not that not only that the game is terrible, it's that the game is actively cheating. See? The fact that as soon as I hit the attack button. Do you see that? See how far away he was? I hit the attack button, and then he jumped to attack. We're not playing this anymore. I can deal with, like, clunky AI and all of that stuff. I'm not going to deal with an AI that cheats. Like, by the way, I'm not talking about, like, generative AI. I'm talking about artificial intelligence, the thing that programs in PCs. I'm not going to deal with it actively cheating. Actively cheating mechanics. That is a failure of design. If you have to read the player's input to make your game difficult, and I can actively show that you are doing it, you have failed as a designer. wholesale failed as a designer. Oh, by the way, that was all the shells of the game. I got an achievement that says unlock all the shells in the game. So you just saw all the shells. It's those like 5 things. That is a wholesale fail as a designer. If I can actively show that you are reading inputs, every input, nah, no. By the way, this is again. I will read you verbatim what it says on the GOG thing. Developed by AAA veterans, Mortal Shell has been developed by a coalition of seasoned veterans with an unbridled passion for the Souls-like genre. That's what it says on the GOG page, by the way. That is a wholesale failure across the board. They did not understand the Souls-like genre. They did not understand how to implement their own mechanics into the Souls-like genre. That is such a failure of design. And again, the fact that I can actively show when I can push a button and cause that's why that one boss was just following us around. It was waiting for us to push something. When I can actively show that my input triggers an input into your boss, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Your intelligence of your boss should do what it's going to do regardless of what the player is doing. That is how you get that stuff to happen. Now, there can be certain things you program in, like, oh, the player's over here healing, use a charge attack, right? There can be edge cases where you can program for that. Like, oh, I need to pressure the player because they've moved too far away. Right? If you look at Sekiro does this. Sekiro pressures the player. If they try to get away from a boss, the boss will use a ranged attack or they'll use some sort of like diving attack, which can be very frustrating, by the way. But it teaches you that kind of behavior is going to be punished. It teaches you throughout the game that kind of behavior is punished from multiple bosses. But outside of that, there should never be a case where I go, I can make your boss attack. I should not be puppeteering your boss. Period. There's no edge case. I should not be puppeteering your boss. Like, that is wild. That is wild that I was able to do that. I legitimately can say I have never seen, outside of fighting games, outside of like legitimate fighting games, I don't think I have ever seen player input reading that bad outside of fighting games. Like there are 2D fighters back on like Super Nintendo, Genesis, whatever. Like there's some old school fighting games that read every input and would react. It's that bad. It is old school fighting games, like bad fighting game, bad level of input. That is insane. I cannot believe that, man. And that game is getting, literally, its sequel releases in like tomorrow. The early access for that game is literally going on right now. Like, you can literally play the early access of or to the game, and that game is literally out tomorrow. What a let's see. I'm trying to see. Apparently it's got better reviews so far than the first game did, but we're not playing Mortal Shell 2. I don't care. At least not for a while, but we are definitely not continuing Mortal Shell 1. That is God. Happy I came into this impassioned game design lecture. Well, the thing is right, I've talked about this before when we've played other Souls-likes. There is nothing wrong with wanting to do something new in an established space, right? Nothing wrong with that. I think the hardening thing as a block is a cool mechanic. I don't even mind it being on a cooldown. However, if that is going to be your core mechanic, obstacles that you interact with have to work with this, right? If your parry has to be built up, and that is your healing mechanic, as well as your parry mechanic, the world at large needs to work with this. When I'm fighting a boss, and it's based on, now we know it's based on reading my input, like 9 times out of 10, that means I'm screwed with those systems. But even if we took out the reading of the input, right? Say that didn't exist, which it does, but we're going to say it doesn't exist. We're going to say they didn't make a colossal failure of game design. But say that doesn't exist. Even if that doesn't exist, they still didn't build a game with their core systems in mind. Now, we didn't get to that was the first weapon we acquired outside of the normal weapon. We also didn't get to weapon skills, which apparently exist in the game. But the problem is a normal Souls game is predicated on the idea that block and parry are usable if you want to, right? You can block in basically every Souls game and parry in basically every Souls game if you decide those are things you want to do, right? Now, not everything is parryable, and depending on what shield you're using, you can block most things. Like, you can have 100% physical block or 100% magical block, and that tells you how much damage and stuff. I think there's certain things you can't block because they're just too big, but I think you would also get like tower shields that can block them. I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs of blocking as like there are finer details of blocking, but anyways, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this game's blocking, right? So what this game should do is, and I talked about it while we were playing, is if you have a timed block, it should benefit you to time that block. So what it should do is I go block. This will be the block, right? Whenever I clench my fist. So if monster comes up, goes to attack, I block. The monster gets staggered. I now unblock, which should be quick. It should be like, poop. Like, I should come out of my harden, and I should have time to get like 1 or 2 attacks off before maneuvering. So that should be like 1 to 2 seconds of stagger, which still gives it me 3 seconds before my block is up. The reason why that needs to that needs to be indicated is because I need to still maneuver so that way this unstaggered enemy can start chasing me, start doing things, right? Because you don't want it to be like block stagger, block stagger, block stagger, right? Otherwise the game is just trivial, which is not what you want. So you have your, at best, 2-second stagger. You can change this. And then you have the ability to maneuver, take a swing, maneuver, take a swing, maneuver. This is how you create a dance with this block mechanic that's timed. And then you have the parry mechanic, which you can add in there. Now, this is where this system could have been a beautiful dance, right? So you could have had the block, 2-second stagger, hit, they go in for their hit, parry, right? Which you have to build up a resource for. So it's resource management. You get a little bit of health back. You don't have to do a bunch of damage. You just do some damage, right? And then you get your block back. Now, they could limit it to where you only have like 2 parries, right? Or you don't build a lot of your parry resource. So you're managing your timing of your block, how much you're using of your parry, and your maneuverability within the space. That's how this game should have worked. However, it's not how it works. Instead, this is what's happening. I'm blocking, they're hitting me, and by the time I'm unblocking, they're already swinging at me again, and I'm getting the crap knocked out of me because everything does way too much damage, right? So by the time I'm unblocking, I'm already getting hit again. I can't even dodge because I'm still in my animation. However, as we saw in that fight, the enemies can animation cancel, which is a fighting game thing, by the way. So the enemies could just decide when that block staggers them or doesn't stagger them. So what's happening is I'm going, block, this is my... and I'm dead. Right? Or, in the case of, like, that bear earlier, what was happening is he was, like, doing a little bit of damage to break my block and then grabbing me and killing me. Right? So he was doing a 3-hit thing. The first hit was to break my block, the second was to grab me, and the third was to kill me. Right? So they specifically made a move to punish the block that couldn't be parried. So you had to dodge, which is fine, except you also have to use the stamina to attack and maneuver. But this game also has really intense tracking, which again we talked about. If you don't know what tracking is, it's basically like, instead of the enemy going, I'm jumping in this direction, and you move out of the way, and they keep going, instead they go, I'm jumping towards you. No matter where you're going, I'm following you all the way around the corner. It's tracking. And again, this is all aside from the big egregious problem of they are literally reading your input. Which we proved. You saw. I literally was holding up the controller showing you that every time I hit the attack button, he attacked. He was reading my input. Like, so this game is probably, I want to say legitimately, and I haven't played every Souls-like. I'm going to be perfectly clear. I haven't played every Souls-like, but this might legitimately be the worst Souls-like I've ever played. Like, most of them have, like, a few flaws, but this might legitimately be the worst Souls-like I've ever played. Because it misses every mark. It misses nailing its unique mechanic. It misses having interesting builds. There's no build. The build stuff is dumb. For lack of a better term, it's literally like, hey, if you talk to somebody, you'll get resolve. Okay, so I'm just gonna walk up to someone, go hi, 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 and get all my parries for some reason. That makes no sense. Like that's literally a build option. Like the build stuff isn't there. The like within the different shells, like they have like a specific thing they might be good at, but everything's chance. It's a chance to do this thing. It's not a guarantee, it's a chance. You have a chance to poison, you have a chance to get resolve back, you have a chance to get this. Like, if you wanted it to be a mechanic specific to the shell, it needs to be a guarantee. Otherwise, it's just all the shells have a chance to do something, or they could just feel exactly the same, except that their bars are different. It's like, ooh, this person gets 5 resolve. This person has this much health, but this much stamina. And this person has this much stamina, but this much health. And it literally said deep build option. I'm not even kidding. Like, the stuff it said on this are lies. It feels like legitimate lies. Like, deep build options, it is non-existent here. Like, it's... There is nothing here. Like, the only thing that this game potentially could have had going for it was its aesthetic. But I can't get through the game long enough to get to that aesthetic. I literally saw the same boss 3 times. And it was the guy from the beginning. The guy from the beginning was there at the beginning, and he's there every time you want to acquire a weapon. And the only reason he's there when you acquire a weapon is so that you can have someone to fight to show you off how the weapon works. Like, I legitimately think they put him in the game so that he could tell you that the weapon is cool. Otherwise, you would think that all the weapons are garbage. If you have to show off that a weapon is good, then you have failed to tell the player anything meaningful. You shouldn't have to show a player that a weapon is good. They should feel that it's good. Right? So having an NPC boss be like, hey, this is the cool stuff you could do with the weapon if you beat me, that's wild, dude. Like, I literally played Elden Ring and beat it with a brick on a stick. Because it was a brick on a stick. Right? Like, it's one of those things that like people will use stuff. Just give them stuff and they will use it. If they don't want to use it, they won't use it. Like, you don't have to convince people that something is cool for them to use it. They will just be like, "Oh, hammer and chisel? Sure, let's give that a go. Flaming mace? Let's give that a go. Big two-handed sword? Oh, it shoots ice. That's even better." Right? Like, you don't have to show it off. Just give them the item, let them do the thing. Like, this is, like I said, this might be one of the worst, if not the worst, Souls-like I've ever played. I am so incredibly disappointed. I understand why we played this for 2 hours 2 years ago. I'm surprised we played it for 5 hours today. I think it's just because I wanted to make sure there wasn't something I was misunderstanding. Like I honestly think if I sat down and kept playing, we could get through that game. We could absolutely get through that game. Bad design decisions and all. It just wouldn't be an entertaining experience. It wouldn't be a fun experience, and it wouldn't be worth it. I don't think there is anything in that game that, like, the audio was okay. Like, the discovery mechanic was interesting. I like the idea of like building familiarity, but being punished for it was not good. Like the idea that like, I ate enough rats and now I lose resolve. Thanks, I guess. Like, why would you punish the player for being familiar with something? They're spending resource and time, and now they're punished. Like that's a bad design choice. But like, I just don't think there's anything in this game that warrants the time it would take to get through it. Like, I just legitimately don't think anything could make this experience better. Like, there's no boss fight, there's no boss design, there's no music, there's definitely no story. Because the problem is the way this story is structured is like a Souls-like story. You're supposed to look around the world and find stuff and read stuff and interact with stuff, right, in order to find it. And I'm not the game is not fun enough for me to want to interact with stuff to learn about the world. Because I've talked about it time and again. The way you get people to play your game is to make it fun. Now, people will be like, well, fun is subjective. It is subjective. But I mentioned it earlier. This game probably did not sell 1 million copies. I mean, it might have. I don't know. Let me check. Let's see. Okay, it did sell over 1 million copies. I don't know how, but oh, I guess no. Apparently by September of 2023 it sold 1 million copies. I don't know how. I guess people are just really starved for Souls likes. But but as of February of this year, Stardew Valley has sold over 50 million copies. And you know what? I'll tell you why. Because it's simple. And it's fun. And it's easy. And people are like, well, you're comparing a cozy game to a Souls-like. Yes, I am. I am. There's a reason for that. Like, people are like, that's unfair. You might be right. But the issue is when you create mechanics and they don't follow the obstacles, you end up with a game that just beats itself up, right? And it's just chocked full of bad design choice after bad design choice after bad design choice, because you're hoping the ideas of other things carry it through. And what you should do is go, okay, what are the core principles of the genre we're playing in? What are we changing, and how does that affect it? Because that's what this game didn't do. Is they took the core principles, they changed some stuff, and then just dumped it right back in the bucket. And this is what you end up with. Like, and the thing is it's one of those things that everything in a genre can be improved, right? You can add a new feature. You can modify something. Like I even talked about it with Elden Ring. Like Elden Ring is a perfect example of the Souls-like genre being improved because we talked about it. One thing that people were like, one of the quintessential cornerstones of Souls-likes is the run back. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, doesn't matter, Bloodborne. All of them you had to run back. You had to every time you died from bonfire to boss, every time. You know what you did in Elden Ring? The stake that was right outside the door. The Stake of America. They added it. There's some bosses where you're literally, it respawns you right outside the boss door. And guess what? It made the game better. It made the game better. You know why? Because some of those bosses didn't need a run back. Some of those bosses were just there to add to the game. They were there to hide some loot that just upgraded your stuff, right? They modified the formula because they realized in some cases you didn't really need that, right? And this is from the people that designed the genre, right, if you will. Technically, they, you could argue where that actually came from. We're not going to get into that. But, and that's the thing, right? The reason why Elden Ring became the most accessible is because they looked at the parts that made the Souls genre, Souls and Souls-like genre, and they went like, what can we tweak? What can we add? What can we subtract? What can we modify? And they went, what if it was open world, right? What if we just let people choose where they want to go, right? And half of the game is accessible from the beginning of Elden Ring, right? You can get to half of that game, and if you're talented enough, you can get to almost the whole game, right? Like there's basically one boss that blocks you. So far as I could think of. Now, it's been a while since I played Elden Ring, but I think there's basically like one boss that blocks you from getting to the entirety of the playable area. Now, of course, there's bosses throughout and stuff, but and I'm not going to spoil anything for people that played Elden Ring before you start like clicking away and be like, "Don't spoil Elden Ring for me." No, I'm not going to spoil anything. Don't worry. But it's one of those things that like you could get to tons of playable area, which is not something you could do before in Souls game. If you play the other Souls games, you're basically like, I got this path blocked by a boss usually. Got to go this path blocked by a door or a boss. This path blocked by a door or boss. And that was it. It was usually like 2 or 3 paths and that's it. And sometimes if you're lucky, it's 2 or 3 paths. Sometimes it's like you have this path and that was it. You'd have 2 paths, right? And that's the thing. So Elden Ring was like, okay, well, does making it open world make the game harder? Does it make the game easier? And if it does make it easier or harder, how do we modify that? And they realized that, like, they didn't really have to change that much, except the Stakes of America, right? The run back to the boss. If your bonfire is here and your boss is halfway across the continent, we gotta figure out how those bonfires work. Which they changed them to graces. They're called graces in Elden Ring, right? So we gotta put graces closer. We gotta put. What about these Stakes America? We'll put them before the boss, so you don't have to run into certain bosses. Because some of these bosses, they're not real bosses, right? Like they're kind of pushovers. They're just there to hide some loot for you. And like so they modified the formula but they did it in such a way that it made it more accessible to more people. I guarantee you, just in Zelda alone, but I guarantee you there's probably more people that have completed Elden Ring that have probably completed Dark Souls 3. Or maybe even any of the Dark Souls games. And that's just because they looked at the formula and they're like, okay, where can we do this? Now, people might be like, well, that's why it's the worst Souls game, because it's the most accessible one. It's like, why does that make it bad? You know? To those people, I say, go beat Sekiro. Because 10% of, around 10% of players have beaten that one. And then they'll complain it's not really a Souls-like, and then they'll, go to their forums and hate post everything, and get them on. Get out of here. But anyways, but it's the thing of it modified some stuff, but kept its core principles, and that was the thing. It added mounts, right? It added mounts, and it's like, okay, if we add mounts, how is that going to change stuff, right? Mobility. Oh no. And it's one of those things that, and again, this game came out, I think, like around Elden Ring. So I'm not comparing this to Elden Ring, to be perfectly clear. I'm not comparing this to Elden Ring. What I'm saying is, if you're looking to add features, look at how they impact gameplay. And does it do it positively? Does it do it negatively? Or is it just a kind of a minuscule thing, right? Like, does it not really impact? Does it just kind of exist parallel to the gameplay, right? And, like, the mounted thing kind of exists parallel to Elden Ring's gameplay. You're not really, like, using that to... Well, I mean, technically you are using that to fight bosses out in the world, so arguably that does change the gameplay. That one's maybe not the best example, but when you're inside of an area that is like a normal dungeon, if you will, it doesn't impact the dungeon-like, Souls-like gameplay, is what I'm trying to say. What people would normally expect from a Souls-like. But when you're out in the world, you do fight mounted sometimes. But anyways. And that, again, that's where this game failed, is it didn't look how its mechanics changed the inherent nature of the genre. Unfortunately, that plus the... And I hold this opinion with any game. If your game reads the player's input in order to create difficulty, you have failed. The only reason why older games did that is because game development was still not understood, right? When it was like, arcades did it because they were trying to eat your quarters. But when we're talking, the NES, the Sega Genesis, the Master System, these older games, we didn't understand that these were not fair mechanics, right? We didn't understand that, like, we can't do this to the player. We can't read their inputs and then beat them up, and that's what we'll call hard mode, right? This game came out, I believe, in 2020. Right, so 6 years ago. Let me look this up. Mortal Shell. I believe this game came out in 2020. Yes, August 2020. That's 6 years ago. There is no reason any game past the year, I would say 2010, and that's being real nice. I would argue 2000, but I'll be super nice today because I've been super mean so far. But anything past 2010 should ever be doing something where it reads your inputs to create difficulty. That is a... I don't actually want to do any work. Let's just let them figure it out. Because again, we can use that to manipulate the enemies, but what you get is what you had in that final fight, where I go hit, immediately hold block, wait for him to hit our block, and then hit him. hit, immediately hold block, let the hit go through. Like, that was it. That was the entire fight. You saw it. There's a recording of it. Because once we realized that we could manipulate it, we just manipulated it, which makes it completely unfun. I don't want to manipulate the boss. I want the boss to think for itself, and I want to react to the boss, right? I want to go, oh, what is the boss doing? Oh, he's charging? I need to go this way. Oh, what is the boss doing? I need a dodge. I need a block. I need a parry. Like, I want to react to the boss. I don't want to be going, hey, boss, dude. It's like playing chess with yourself, right? It could be fun when you're trying to learn, but if I'm not trying to learn, then all I'm doing is just moving pieces on the board, right? If I'm just doing this on a board, it's boring, right? Like, I'm not trying to learn chess. I'm trying to play a video game where someone told me that there was going to be difficulty, but instead I'm just playing. I'm playing checkers with myself, right? Like chess with myself. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just so bad. It's such a bad decision, man. Sorry, we talk about game design a lot. If you don't know, my degree is in game design. I have taught game design. I have made educational games. Like the whole point of the games I made was to teach, not to teach games, but was to educate, right? So the point that things I had to think about is like, how do these tools allow someone to learn, right? So when you have to break down a game into components, into how does this teach someone how to learn, you start thinking about how people think, right? And then you take that with you into general game stuff, right? So in the general gaming sense, people are not trying to learn, right? They're trying to have fun. They're trying to be entertained. They're trying to overcome challenges. They're trying to, and we talk about things like reward structures, obstacles. What is that behind me? Oh, that's my background. Okay. I thought there was like something like dripping down my background. I was like, what the hell is that? But we talk about things in game design because those things, no matter what form of game you're making, there's overlap, right? There's information that's still going between these things. Whether you're making a game that is teaching someone to count, or whether you're creating a Souls-like, there are overlap. There is overlap. Overlapping points is what I was trying to say. Overlapping points within those, right?
You're crazy.
Hey, thank you for the follow. We do anonymous follows here. If you like a personalized thank you, just say hey or follow in chat. Okay, never mind. But there's overlap, right? Like when you're creating an educational game, when you teach someone the apple is red, and then you take that away and you go, the color red, and then you give them a list, right? You have apple, you have carrot, and you have what's something that's like traditionally blue. I don't know, blueberries, right? That's not a great example, right? Or, well, orange. We'll say orange because orange is orange, right? And they're like, I know red goes with apple. Great, right? So what you've done is you taught them a thing, you gave them a test, but the last part is a reward, right? And that happens with there are many things that are blue in nature. Well, I was just thinking of things that are traditionally blue. The sky, but like how do you do that in like a picture format, right? But anyways, but you get the point, right? And that happens in games too, right? So you have a tutorialization, right? You teach the player, here is your sword. These are the buttons to swing. This is how you dodge, right? So you've taught them this. Then you give them a challenge. So the challenge is, here is a bandit. Use your sword to defeat the bandit. You've defeated the bandit. Your reward, gold, right? It's the same thing. It's just not as trivial or doesn't feel as trivial as teaching red apple congratulations, right? And people work on that same structure. It's just there's much more going on, because when you're learning something as a kid, you're learning simple concepts. But when you're playing a game, as an adult or as a young adult, or I mean even as a kid, as a later as an adolescent, or someone that's not, I don't know, 5, um you you start using complex things, right? So to jump, dodge, run. Like you're taking a bunch of things to overcome a single obstacle or a set of obstacles to get to a reward, right? Skill points, money, health, all of these things are reward structures that we call a level up, right? So the level up is your reward, but it's more than one thing, right? It's a stat point, it's a skill point, and it's the ability to equip new armor, right? But it's still, you've completed red apple level up, right? It's the same thing, right? And that's the point. Is you have to look at this stuff when you're a developer. And that's why I talk about these things, is because a lot of times people will think games are too complex, right? Like they'll be like, I can't be a game developer. They'll look at a game like Mortal Shell, for example. That's what we just finished. They'll look at a game like Mortal Shell and be like, I could never make a game like that, right? And it's like, as your first game, probably not, right? As your 5th game, maybe not. Some people can, right? Some people nose to the grindstone. 10 years later, they can knock it out. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, but sometimes it's better to start small. Sometimes it's better to start small, especially if you're working by yourself. But by the way, blue ocean, water. Water was something that should have came to mind. Technically, water's clear, but when it's in a glass, but that's a whole different thing. But we could have done like ocean. But anyways, sorry, that just came to mind. But you start simply, right? You start with your simple concept. And again, we've talked about design documentation. What game design documentation. And the thing is the reason why you need that is what it does is it breaks down this complex thing that is a video game into components, right? But it breaks it down like we would that educational game. You have your red, you have your apple. These are your components. You have your tutorial, you have your obstacle, and then after that you have your reward. And these are all in your documentation, right? You write these down. You also put your inspirations in there. You also put just any information about your game that you think is going to be useful to you. And the reason why you have that is because you can go back and go, okay, so we kind of started working on this, and we realized, what are we trying to accomplish, right? What is our goal, right? And sometimes the goal can get lost, and that's why it's important to have the documentation first, is because you can look back and go, oh, our goal was to become king, right? But somewhere along the way, we're fighting vampires. Like, why are we fighting vampires? Oh, we have it in the documentation. The vampires is the obstacle to acquire the crown, right? And the crown is the reward that we get for beating the vampires, which allows us to ascend the throne to become king, right? And because when you break it down to components, it's easier to understand. But when you have these like huge projects and you don't break them down and you just go, well, we got to make a Souls-like, and we got to add this feature, and this feature, and this feature, and this feature. And then it's just like, okay, well, Souls have this boss, and this kind of thing, and this kind of thing, and this kind of thing. And you just start adding the things. It's like, oh, well, our inspiration actually had this dragon, and then yeah, we got to add the vampires, and we got to do this. And then you just start dragging all of this stuff in here. What you end up is this bundle of stuff, right? And you're just like, well, we got everything in there, but it works, right? But it's just like, how do we make it easier? How do we make it harder? Depending on your design principles, And in this case, the game's like, how do we make this harder? I don't know. Read their inputs. Design is how you make it harder. And what it should have been is whoever was programming their bosses should have been like, hey, how does Souls design work? Well, Souls design works like this. Simply, this is simple. This obviously is much more complex than this. Don't be like, oh, I can design a Souls game immediately. It's much more complex than this. But a Souls game works like this, right? This is your Souls. We'll say it's a boss. This is your Souls. By the way, this is just a fingernail file, if you're wondering. Just a fingernail file in a little plastic case. But so this is your Souls boss. This is the player, right? So the way this usually works depends on the boss, obviously, but in a general sense, is the boss is, we'll say, 15 units away from the player. Well, at 15 units, this boss will do one of two things. Either it will leap, or it will charge. Okay. At 10 units away, the boss will either slash, which will miss, or it will move closer, right? And at 5 units, it will slash, which will usually hit. It will kick, and that's it, right? So now we have our things. We have a kick, we have a slash, we have a jump, and we have a charge. That's it. Those are the only things we have to worry about, right? So now what we have is how it interacts with the player based on distance. Now there's other things it can interact with the player on, but so like I said, there's edge cases for like, oh, the player's healing, charge, right? Like you could do that. Like if player heals, bam, just get them, just grab them, do something, right? But in most cases, again, this is the simple kind of format. It's much more complex than this, but we're keeping it simple for this kind of example, right? And the reason why it's like this is because this has a behavior, this knows how to react, right? So the player can go, okay, well, I know if I'm here, the boss is going to swipe at me, right? Or kick at me. Well, if I can wait for that swipe, I can back up and shoot them with my bow. Bang, bang, bang. I'm an archer. I want to be here and shooting them with my bow because they can swipe and they can miss, right? I don't want to be out here because if I shoot them with my bow, they'll charge me or they'll jump on me, and that's bad for me as an archer, right? So that player knows what I need to do is stay in that middle area, okay? So player 1 beats the boss staying in middle area because that boss tries to get close and they just stay a certain distance away, right? Player 2, we got our good old strength, no brain strength player like me who just takes a big old hammer and just smashes at the boss. Well, that means that player's gonna have to be right up next to them. So what does that player do? Well, that player knows if I'm back here, that boss is gonna jump or that boss is gonna charge. That's exactly what I want that boss to do. So I'm gonna say, hey boss, come here. Wait for it to jump. I'm gonna move to the side and I'm gonna whack it with my hammer and then I'm gonna run away. And then it's gonna charge. I'm gonna move to the side. I'm gonna whack it with my hammer and I'm gonna run away. It's gonna jump. Right? Oh, well, it got close to me, so it's also going to slash. Right? Okay, I'm going to take a hit here because I got greedy and whatever. Right? And that's how that fight goes. Right? It's very simple. Obviously, much more complex than that because bosses usually have more than like 3 moves. They also have maneuverability. They also have their own ranged attacks. It changes per boss. But that's kind of the simple thing. Is the point of the dance is they do something, you do something. They do something, you do something. They act, you react, they react. That kind of thing, right? And That's what this game is missing, because what it's actually doing is this. We're walking, I'm gonna push, I'm gonna attack you. I'm gonna attack you. You see the flaw in this? Is because as soon as I learned I'm gonna push a button, I'm gonna attack you, this is what happens. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna block, this is the entire game. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna attack. Does this seem like a fun game to you? I'm playing Pong. Right? That's what I'm doing. I'm pushing a single button. Well, technically it's 2 buttons, but I'm pushing 2 buttons. In a game that has 5 buttons, I'm pushing 2. This is not a fun game. If I want to play this game, I'm going to go back to the 1970s and play Pong. Right? If you want people to engage with the mechanics, you reward them for engaging with the mechanics. If I'm not rewarded for engaging the mechanics, I'm not going to do it. And that's another huge issue across the industry, is rewarding players for using the mechanics. If you have a mechanic in your game, and you're like, this is the new flashy thing that I added to my game, please use this mechanic, and then you give them 0 rewards for doing so, you know what they're going to do? Never use that mechanic. If people are it's carrot and stick, right? It's very simply, it's carrot and stick. People will go after the carrot, but as soon as you start hitting them with the stick, they will stop, right? But you have to have a reward for the thing, but also that reward needs to match the effort. And if they're putting in this much effort and they get this much reward, they're also not going to do the thing. Now, if they put in this much effort and they get this much reward, that's the only thing they're going to do, right? So this is also where the documentation is important, because you need to go, okay, this might be too much reward. Let's balance this out. Either bring the difficulty up or bring the reward down. How you balance that, that's a design principle. Again, that's going to change per company. Some companies are like, you know what? Boom. We're going to make this much harder. Or some companies are like, you know what? Let's just bring the rewards down. A lot of players hate that. A lot of players hate it when you bring the reward down. They're more okay when you bring the challenge up. Reward down, not a huge fan of. You could assume why. You're basically, it feels like someone's taking your money away. Right? But it's one of those things that you have to reward the behavior you want something to do. Whether that is something, in the game you want them to do, whether that is something in, like a group activity you want them to do, whatever it is, people need to know that this is something you want to do. And if you're just like, this is a thing you can do, and then you just leave it at that, they might do it, maybe. But a lot of times people won't do things unless there's something in it for them. Which I know sounds very cynical, but it's unfortunately the truth, especially when it comes to gaming. If there's not a reward structure there, they're a lot of times just not going to do it. So, but yeah. So it's kind of all I really wanted to talk about. I think there are a few things they could have very easily changed outside of the reading inputs thing. Again, I'm trying to not beat a dead horse with that. That is, hoo boy. But outside of that, I think there's a few things they could have changed that could have made this a pretty solid game. I think there's people that play this game, they're probably going to enjoy it to some degree. I do think I've come to realize, I think there's a group of people that play video games that just enjoy video games. Like, it doesn't matter what they're playing, unless the game just doesn't work, they enjoy video games. I'm not talking about those people. those people are the anomaly here. I'm talking about people that are going to play the Souls-likes. I think there's some people that will be fine with what they interact here. I don't think this game understood what they wanted to do. And if they did, they didn't stick the landing. I think that's basically where I would go with this. I really feel this is like they had the idea and then they tried to stick it to the side of the genre, and then it just didn't stay. And that unfortunately leads to a very clunky, a very unpolished, and a very dissatisfying experience. So, as for what we're playing next, I don't know. We're 0 for 3 as of late. Now, I will say, I didn't hate Greedfall. It's just not what I'm looking for. We might go back to Greedfall at some point. I'm not in the mood for Greedfall. I just don't think the leveling system's very good. But the game itself is fine. I feel like it's a solid okay. But Kingdom of Night was not good. This game was very not good. At least it was playable. There are some games that are just like legitimately broken. But I don't think measuring anything versus legitimately broken is really fair. You know, like it's just like, well, at least your game turns on. That's like putting your bar like on the ground, right? Like, but I don't know. I'll figure something out. I feel like I've been saying that a lot lately. Mortal Shell where the players drop off on the first boss. Yeah, the thing is I feel like again, I feel like this game is not a difficult one once you realize how the game wants you to play it. I just don't think it's a fun one. I think that's the problem it has. It's just not it's a clunky one and it's not a fun one. I think that's the problem that Mortal Shell has. Which again, the second game is out and early playable. It will be out fully tomorrow, so I guess watch some gameplay of that. Maybe that's better. But as for now, I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. I do appreciate everybody coming through and hanging out with us. But thank you again, No Way Jose, for the raid. Thank you, In Space, for the raid, and everybody that came along with that. Usually, we have a good time here. We do still talk about game design quite a bit. As I said, that is what I am trained in. That is what my degree is in. It is what I taught at a college level. So lots of experience in game development, game design. So we do talk about that quite a bit, usually in a more positive light, but we do talk about it quite a bit in general. But we do play a lot of horror games, horror adjacent games, retro horror games. So if you do enjoy that kind of thing, feel free to drop us a follow, or if you're over there on YouTube, a subscription. Both are completely free and help the channel out tremendously. Also, feel free to share us out with your friends, your family, your Discord communities. We are family friendly here, except when we do collabs. Everyone is welcome as long as they are kind. That is it. That is the only prerequisite. Also, a follow and a subscription will let you know when we go live. Right now, we're just kind of going live in the evenings, starting anywhere from 8 to 10 p.m. Central Time. That's just kind of it. So I haven't really adjusted any schedule stuff because I'm trying to figure it out. But anyways, if you want to check out our playthroughs, I have been doing this for over 5.5 years. The link to YouTube should be at the top of chat, unless you're on YouTube, in which case you can check out the playlists, you can check out the videos, you can check out the live. I was like, what's the last section called? Live section. That's where you can find most of the stuff. I would recommend the playlists. By the way, we have done all the Soulsborne games, so if you want to check those out and see what I mean by how the Soulsborne games play, you can also check out how Sekiro plays. Now, I do tend to make the argument that Sekiro is not a Souls-like, because it does not play like a Souls-like. It has Souls-like things in it. If you watch the playthrough, you can kind of see what I mean. Now, I will also say, my first playthrough of Sekiro, I absolutely despised the game. Now, that was on my own fault, which I do take credit for. But I have since 100% Sekiro, and it is one of my favorite games of all time. Because once I learned that it was my own fault for hating Sekiro, I did learn to love that game quite a bit. But if you want to go see the Soulsborne games, which I do recommend, they're kind of old playthroughs, but I do recommend checking out the playthrough so you can kind of see the difference between what Mortal Shell is doing and what the Souls games did. We've also done playthroughs of Lies of P, which I highly recommend if you like Souls-like. We also did Wu Chang. Wu Chang, I know a lot of people kind of gave the side-eye to that game. Wu Chang is also getting a sequel. Wu Chang I actually really liked. It had a couple fights in there that I thought were rougher than they needed to be, but once I got through them, I actually really liked Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. So if you're looking for another Souls-like that's quite a bit different, actually, I did like Wu Chang. Wu Chang was not bad, but we got some other Souls-like. Also, it's got quite a bit of horror theming. That was what really surprised me about that one. I've actually recommended that to a few horror communities. People kind of like give me the side eye, but like it's got some pretty horrific stuff in it. So I do recommend checking that out if you're looking for a Souls-like as well. But we've got all sorts of stuff. We even have cozy games. I know a lot of people get surprised by that. They're like, oh, you got all this horror stuff. It's like, yeah, we also have a few videos of Hello Kitty Island Adventure. We've got some we got a full playthrough of My Time at Porsche. We were playing My Time at Sandrock when my old graphics card exploded. So we've got cozy games on there too. So I know a lot of people are surprised whenever we play that stuff. We just did Restory as well, the chill electronics game. We did a playthrough of that. So we've got all sorts of stuff and a lot of retro stuff as well. So thank you so much for being here. Remember to take care of yourself mentally and physically. Both are very important. Remember to stay hydrated, which I'm going to do because my throat is scratchy. Itchy, scratchy, tasty. Anyways, stay hydrated, and as always, remember, we can make the world a better place. And all you have to do is be kind. Find someone to raid. Also, bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Alright.